But
The Tom said he turned off.
I turned it off, yeah, for the sound. Alrighty. Good evening, this is a in-person special meeting of the Bridgeport Board of Education. Today is Wednesday, June 18th. It is 6:34, we have a quorum. In person, I'm Jennifer Perez, board chair, we have Joseph Sakalovic, Rob Traver, Maritza Jimenez, Andre Woodson. Online, we have Christine Baptiste Perez and Atisha Cass. I guess anybody? That's it, right? Oh. We'll get started. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes from special meeting, June 2nd, 2025. Is there a motion to approve? Moved by Mr. Traver. Is there a second? Second by Mrs. Jimenez. Any questions on that debate? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That one passes. The next item is the regular meeting for June 9th.
The lot itself. needs repair.
And that's capital funds as well,
Yes,
and cost.
$80,820. We were given 100,000.
Aren't there certain requirements around capital funds that require us to maintain a presence in the building or something like that?
Due to the fact that it's capital funding and the city, we revert back to the city if we decide to revert the building back, it's still a city asset. But the current condition, it's unsafe. So we're trying to get this done this summer in advance of the upcoming school year. The current asphalt is sprawling throughout.
So our following question, this is from Mr. Evans, Garcia. So if in fact, I'm not saying we are or not, one way or the other, Mr. Lance, so. Back to close Beardsley and it returns to the city. If the city, because they're responsible for those costs of reimbursement, like if the city turns it over like right away, it doesn't satisfy the period of time that's supposed to be held.
Let me clarify, the city bonds for all bonds that we can think of.
Right.
Allow.
You're right. I apologize.
Allow what it says, regardless of.
Right. Regardless, it's not on the operating.
It's not.
side. Okay, thank you for that clarity. I apologize. Put that myself. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any further? Comments? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I'm gonna abstain.
Abstain.
Ms. Garcia Perez and Mr. Development.
Abstain.
Okay, we have 3 abstentions. We have the continuation of contractors. Thank you. Next we have the continuation of contracted services with Effective School Solutions.
Duncan can, he was prepared to send it virtually.
Okay, perfect.
We can hear.
Hey, Sam, do you have that PowerPoint?
Yeah, I'm not able to share from my end. I don't know if everybody can hear me.
Anyone want to share, Duncan?
I cannot share. The share is grayed out on the Teams.
Yeah, he's giving you access now, so you should be able to do that here shortly.
Sure. Can everybody hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Duncan, you should be having the ability to do that now.
Yep, I do have that here, and I will pull up my screen. Okay, hopefully everybody can see my screen. Thank you for having us. My name is Duncan Young. I'm the CEO of Effective School Solutions. As an organization, we are in our 4th year of partnering with BPS to provide high acuity mental health, emotional, and behavioral support across a number of the school districts, school buildings. The board item for consideration is a renewal of our contract for $1,363,000. This actually represents a reduction versus our contracted rate for this year. Apples to apples, it's actually a reduction of $200,000. We are incorporating $100,000 from a state grant that we have received that we will be applying towards this. There's also an additional $100,000 reduction that would come from the incorporation of Medicaid billing that allows us to keep the district's fees down. This is partially offset by an increase in the contract value of $163,000 for the provision of expanded professional development in support of the district's special education programs. A little bit of background on Effective School Solutions. We've been proud to partner with the district for the last 4 years. Our partnership is impactful. It makes a strong impact in the BPS community, and it largely pays for itself through a number of different cost offsets in the district budget. Over the last 4 years, we provided direct clinical care to over 425 of the district's highest acuity students. We've been instrumental in building educator capacity, and we've been honored this year to partner with the district to do some things that weren't explicitly included in our contract, including partnering with the special education team on outplacement reduction consultation, providing technical assistance on mental health program enhancements, legislative and advocacy support, and helping to provide exposure to the district to statewide mental health best practices in other districts. The vast majority of our fee is identified by savings from the avoidance of the need for higher levels of care for students that we are supporting in the program, as well as Medicaid reimbursement. The consultative efforts that we've worked on together with the district this year have identified approximately $2 million in savings from a reduction in outplacements within the district. We have a great and experienced multilingual team of 10 clinicians and staff who this year have delivered 8,733 total services with significant academic impact for at-risk students at Harding, Barnum, Central High School, Waltersville, Marin, and BLC. The four components of our contract are as follows. We provide Tier 3A direct clinical care, filling a key role in the BPS mental health continuum. That's where the 10-person team that I referenced fits in. This year, we provided coaching support for behavioral learning center staff on strategies and tools to support the behavioral and mental health needs of high acuity students. We will be expanding that work to a variety of other self-contained programs this year. We will continue to provide outplacement reduction consultation for the district, as well as consultation on how the district can continue to optimize its mental health continuum. Jess, I'd love to turn it over to you to talk a little bit about our team.
Sure. My name is Jessica Gaffney. I'm the project director who oversees the contract in Bridgeport. So this is my team here, many of which have been with me for the whole 4 years. 6 of which are bilingual in Spanish, which has been very effective, obviously, and useful within the schools. They're all licensed mental health clinicians and work with the students in those schools that Duncan mentioned.
And my name's Joanne Blanca. I work with Jess and Duncan and just provide the clinical administrative oversight of all the programming. I think we're good, Duncan, on this one.
Great. Just some quick data points about the positive impact that our programming has made on student grades, attendance, and discipline. This year, 71% of students participating in programming maintained or significantly improved their GPA. 73% of students who entered programming in a state of chronic absenteeism improved or maintained their baseline attendance level. And 91% of students who entered programming with a history of discipline improved or maintained their behavior. As you can see down at the bottom, our district, our partnership is also instrumental in helping to respond to high acuity incidents that take place throughout the school day. 23 incidents of physical aggression, 6 DCPP reports, 8 police contacts, 1 suicide threat, and 3 self-directed violence incidents. Joanne and Jess, would you like to talk about some of our parent feedback? Or I'm sorry, staff feedback.
Sure. This was a survey that we submitted to the teachers, the support staff, and administrators in the schools that we work in. And these are some of the results that we got back. We got 35 responses. As you can see, they're all very positive. 97% satisfied with our services. 94% believe it positively impacts student mental health. I do believe that you've all received a packet on effective school solutions. So you'll have, all of this. I don't need to go through each point. This was quotes that we got from the staff members. I'll read just one of them because, again, this is in your packet. ESS has made an existential impact on our school community. They have truly blended in our school family. They support students, families, and educators with their expertise and are always willing to help. The extra support that can focus solely on mental health and students struggling with behaviors is exactly what Bridgeport needs to support our overwhelming social, emotional issues and understaffed support staff.
And this is all in the packet. You guys can take your time reading.
And then parent survey.
And then this is the parent survey that we send out to the parents. As you can see, 92% very satisfied with our services, 100% satisfied with the clinician working with their students. One of the quotes we have, I love the way the clinician keeps me informed about my son when she's working with him. She gives it her all to help my child in any way he needs help. Very grateful for her. And then it lists some of the ways that we have helped the students, and all indicated some kind of improvement with their child.
That concludes our brief presentation. We appreciate your consideration. Just in summary, we all feel very honored to work with BPS. Myself, Joanne, Jess, and the rest of the team really love partnering with the Bridgeport team, and we really look at what we're doing together as a great model for other districts across the state. And we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. So I realize that not all of our schools are listed. How do you guys go about selecting the schools that you're going to provide resources to?
Sure. So when we initially started, we started with a 3-year contract with the COVID money. And I think the superintendent at that time had picked the schools that we were going to work in. Since then, we have made some modifications. Last year, we changed some of the schools. We put some of our clinicians at Bridgeport Learning Center and at Central High School to focus more on the specialized programming, the Ames program, and the self-contained classrooms at BLC. And I think we're doing the same thing this year, looking at the need and where we can best support.
We're always willing to kind of think outside the box and be kind of fluid. So if there's support that's needed in a school, like, or Float supported one of the other district schools, we're able to shift. Okay. Without being too disruptive, of course.
Yeah, that sounds good. Oh, go ahead, Sonny.
I was going to say, should we continue with the partnership? We want to sit down with Dr. Avery, Ms. McKinley, and other team members this summer and just understand where best to place the resources relative to district needs this year.
To make some clarification on that, I think one of the things that we've written into the contract, the flexibility of changing if we need to. A lot of times at the end of the year, you look at the data regarding absenteeism. We're going to be doing some things and shifting with special education services across the district as we revise that whole program. So we may have to do some shifting of the support in which campuses they're going to be, engaging in as well. So we have that flexibility within the contract to be able to do that. So that's a plus for us as we start the planning for the summer as well.
Yeah, this one's for the student call. Will it be any impact on the 25-26 budget or it's already baked in?
No, it's gonna be a continuation.
Thank you.
Mr. Draper?
And is this paid through a grant or how is the money coming in?
Mr. Traber, I didn't catch the question. I'm sorry.
To me, asked if it was paid through a grant or where the money comes from for this. He said it's paid through the operating budget. And so explain to me what's the difference between our staff doing this and your staff doing this. Disrespect. I saw the presentation at Waltersville. It was wonderful. I saw the work that was being done. It was wonderful. But I'm looking at the fact that we're laying off 8 social workers and counselors. And frankly, with the amount of money you're talking about, that's 16 social workers and counselors.
Yeah. I mean, I think the main difference between our clinicians and school social workers is we do have smaller caseloads, but we provide much more intense wraparound services to the students. And, school social workers, lots of times will have social work hours written in the IEP, maybe half an hour every week or every other week. We tend to meet with our students 3 to 5 times per week and also do family therapy, group therapy, parent support groups, So it's a full wraparound service the student gets.
Yeah, Mr.
understand. Oh, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chair, I would say that the reason we exist as an organization is we generally are providing a little bit more of a medical model that is specifically geared towards the needs of the higher acuity students. So if we think about this in kind of a multi-tiered systems of support framework, a typical school social worker is generally going to be providing more of that tier 2 level of care for students with more mild to moderate mental health challenges. We really are focusing on those 3 to 5% of students with the highest acuity mental health challenges that generally would be at risk of outplacement and often would need a little bit more of a medically oriented model. So that means having clinicians on the ground who have some of that higher acuity experience, who are fully licensed, not provisionally licensed. And there's also a lot of behind the scenes capabilities that are taking place as well. So data is being tracked in an electronic health record system. There's a quality management and risk management team that's doing supplemental reviews of student records from a risk management standpoint to make sure that we can get ahead of any high risk issues with students. So those are a couple of the differentiators that I'd point out as well.
Also can do like home visits and family visits, work with students that are having a hard time coming to school. And the way I always put it is the students that take up like 80 to 90% of the social workers' time, right? Which they don't obviously have that because they have all these other students to attend to. So we're here, you know, the whole school day from the morning to the afternoon, and we're there for the students. We do a lot of crisis de-escalation. We do a lot of pushing into the classroom, whatever it is they really need, we're there. So it's all day. Our clinicians are on their feet and, you know, just tending to these students. We can also, I think that the other part is that we can make recommendations. So if a student needs a higher level of care, we can refer them to higher level of care. We can do safety assessments. We could even recommend med management consultations. So things like that might not be in the realm of like the job description of a school social worker, just because that's how it is, right? So we're able to do those things and make those recommendations.
I do understand that. What you're talking about is the dream of a school social worker. And because we're putting in more resources, I mean, this is what we were fighting for the last 4 months in the legislature, to get the additional resources so that we could begin to move in the direction of having the staff be able to add additional academic but mental, you know, social intervention, so that we could add staff, counselors and social workers and lower the ratios so that they could begin to practice their craft and do the kinds of things that you're talking about being able to do, because we're concentrating a small amount of our budget to doing this highly skilled intervention, which is wonderful. But that's what I'm looking at is, you know, the advantage of doing this versus laying off more social workers and counselors and creating more crisis at that level with the tier 2, as you put it, sir.
Good Chair. I think to add to that, Rob, is I think the other part that they're going to be able to, we have to build capacity because of the limited number of staff members that we have to do this massive work. They're constantly going to be able to help us retrain and do things that we have to continue to do. And we have to give individuals within the district, you know, the necessary professional development to do those things that they've never done before. And they're helping us to build upon that as well. As we see issues, we can come up, craft the PDPs to be able to bring that back to the larger masses as well. So it's a continuous thing. Looking at bringing people back as we have dollars to access to get them back is a huge thing for my cabinet as we start looking at those things. Yes, we got to be able to look at the funding, the little that we have, and how we maximize those dollars to make a bigger impact across the board. I mean, and that's a lot of the things that we've cut this year. We're going to look at bringing some of those options back when we have the dollars to be able to do that. So that's going to be very important. I know the board is looking at trying to prioritize that. You know, but in the meantime, we still have to balance it out. We're seeing more and more social emotional issues within our schools. If we just not address it by having the capacity building and process that they're gonna assist us with, it's going to be very difficult for us to maintain. So that's the importance of this as well.
That would be like in addition to the actual clinical services, there's, we also been working with Michelle and her team on identifying students that are outplaced and kind of looking at the different steps to bring them back. So it's just little projects that we have here and there. We've looked at also reassessing and kind of looking at current programs that you have, specialized programs, and just looking at that and kind of offering guidance and coaching. We didn't talk much about the PD hours, but there's a big piece of that. This year, one of our professional development experts has worked in the BLC and has done a lot of work there to kind of revamp the interventions and seeing if it's best practice for, students and things like that. So it's not just the clinical, and I completely appreciate what you're saying. I respect that. It's a good question. But just it also includes a few other things.
And the goal always for care of this level is we want it to be able to pay for itself. So,
Right.
One of the things that we track is the number of students that we believe we are helping to avoid placement into an outplacement setting. Jess, I believe that number is approaching 10 or so, which looking at, $80,000, $90,000 plus transportation per student. That's kind of cost avoidance of probably close to $1 million. Along with kind of like the Medicaid reimbursement component. We're hopeful that this program really is going to be largely cost neutral because of that outplacement avoidance effect. And that's difficult for a school social worker to accomplish because the level of intensity of the service is not as high by virtue of the job description.
Yeah, we've worked with 3 or 4 students this year too who did return to district. They were in out-of-district placements. And they came back to Bridgeport, and our clinicians have worked with them to acclimate them into the schools, and we've had good success with that.
And that's like a continued ongoing project that we started last year. We'll continue to work on that because it's not going to just be a one-year thing, right? And continue to look at those students and see which ones the district can serve and having them outplaced.
And conversely, just, I don't denigrate, that's all good stuff. I absolutely understand the value of that. But conversely, as we talk about trying to teach kids to read at a younger level, solving kids' emotional problems at a younger level, we used to have counselors and social workers on the elementary side of Blackman School. We haven't for 10 or 15 years. So we're not dealing with those problems with those kids at a younger level. We are doing social emotional learning, which we weren't doing back then. But, we don't have professional staff there to help. So, all of that adds up,
Right.
is my point.
Yeah.
Sorry, but
Mrs. Manager, oh, you go.
Super quick question. Can you talk more about the Medicaid reimbursement? How is that gonna look like? What does our initial out of expenditure cost? I saw that it's $1.4 million and then $1.5 million. Are we expecting to get all that money back through Medicaid? Is it just a portion? Can you talk through that?
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. So in the last year, we have been licensed as an outpatient psychiatric clinic for children in the state of Connecticut, an OPCC, which gives us the ability to direct bill Medicaid for the services that we're providing. So what we have done is we have kind of run some numbers and provided an estimate as to what the collected Medicaid amount would be for the coming year, which is approximately $100,000. And so we reduced the contract fee by that amount. So we were at 1.4 million last year. We brought the contract down by 100,000 because of Medicaid reimbursement. We're hopeful that we can exceed that and pass more savings back to the district. We were then able to reduce the contract by another $100,000 via a grant that we received via advocacy for the state level or at the state level on behalf of Bridgeport. So that brings us down to 1.2. And then the district expanded the professional development portion of the partnership with another $163,000. That brings us up to the $1,363,000 that is the contract value for this year. But on an apples to apples basis, we were able, through Medicaid and the grant that I mentioned, to reduce the district's contract fee by $200,000 this year.
Thank you. Any further questions? Or motion?
Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Woodson making a motion to, for this item, is there a second? Second. Second, Mr. Estimir in a minute, sorry. Any further debate? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Stay.
Mr. Collins abstain. Ms. Betsy Perez abstain. All right. Thank you. That passes. Thank you. Dr. Sir. The next item on the agenda, we're gonna go over some policies. First one is the approval of the second read of the following policy: sexual abuse prevention and education program policy 5145.1.
Yes, so, good evening, all. This is the second read of this policy. It's gone through committee for the first read. This policy was read at the Policy and Personnel Committee meeting on May 14th. And at the board meeting on May 27th, where it was recommended for the, first read. This policy is now in its second read. And just to give a quick overview, the policy gives the definition of various terms, including sexual violence, sexual abuse, sexual assault. The policy also describes sexual abuse prevention and education programs and the professional development that must occur for all staff. It describes the age-appropriate educational materials for students in grades K through 12. Policy states the reporting expectations for all schools employees who are aware of such behaviors described. This policy also includes a sample opt-out if parents do not want their child participating in the sexual abuse prevention program. The last meeting we had was a conversation around an opt-out or an opt-in process. So, you know, I did ask around it. I couldn't find, if there was, maybe it wasn't one of the ones I talked about. I couldn't find this that had an opt-in version. Most districts had an opt-in. That was just able to be, you know, that just made the most sense. There were recommendations made to also add this policy as well as an opt-out letter to the student handbook. So that's where we are.
Question. Your motion.
Step sexual abuse prevention and education program. See.
Is there a second?
To accept the regular, accept the second read and adopt. Let's see. Actually adopting it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion is to adopt the sexual abuse prevention and education program policy. It's been seconded by Ms. Eshamir. Any further debate on it? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Moving on, that one passes. The comparability of services, Title I, equivalents in instruction staff and materials, policy 6161.3. Before we go on that, this was presented at the committee and brought to the board. There was some question about the term comparability. Mr. Collins talked with Cave about it. Cave actually omitted, they accidentally pronounced it, provide a second page to this policy, so that has been added to your portal. just so you know. And that should cover the questions that were asked in the last meeting. So I just want you guys to make sure that you're looking at the second page as well, when you see this policy. And I'll let Dr. Saki go ahead and present it.
Yeah, and I think that there's some, there should be copies that were given out, I hope, of the new.
Yeah.
Okay, I had to make 5 copies of all, but everybody has that on there. Yes, and thank you, Chair Rose, for explaining that there was some information that was, missing from this policy. And so, which has now been uploaded, onto the portal. There's alternative language that's being used in this, particular policy, that might, address some of the concerns that were originally raised. This policy also gives the definition of, comparability. It breaks down certain requirements that the board, has to meet as well. This is done there.
And it was also just to note that, it is recommended by Q that we adopt it as they recommended it, because it is, according to state statutes and, Title I requirements. So, any questions on this one?
Yeah.
Mr. Fowler?
Yeah, the reason not just raised, there are different concerns I raised with comparability versus equity, but the second page addresses it nicely by saying what we may exclude, such as, English language learners, excess costs, and students with disabilities, unexpected changes in enrollment, staff salary differential for years of employment, service failing children. I don't think this policy will prohibit the administration from addressing and identify problems in schools. One of the only reason I'm such a stickler for this. We've had advocacy groups for years who advocated to get a per school breakdown of spending. And when they compare that, let's see, school, say, for Italian might be spending more money because they've got an excessive amount of English language learners over, say, a Black. This way we got a policy to point out that says, look, here, these are the exclusions. We can't count that as towards comparable services. So that's why I'm against it.
Mr. Draper?
So we saw the,
Correct.
Yeah.
I understand comparability. I understood here from my dribbling. I didn't understand the use of equity. I did understand comparability, and I understood what this like. This is, it's, okay.
You know, the question on this, is there a motion?
A motion to approve and adopt the second read of policy number 616131, comparability of services. It is implementation.
Okay.
All right, so the second, any further debate? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Moving on, we have the statement of education goals and student objectives, policy 0200.
So this is, and if you look at the, sample that was posted, so this is a sample K policy, but, the wording was changed obviously to reflect Bridgeport. And the board has its own, goals that, they've been working on. So those board goals can be embedded into these goals. But these are, performance goals, performance objectives, based on student achievement. So I think that alongside with some of the board's goals, we could complete this document the way it stands now. This is the sample that, Kate gave, but I think there is some flexibility in terms of what you would like to add, to this policy, if there's something you want to remove from it.
Your motion?
Motion to approve the statement of educational goals, the student objections, second read. For meeting. See 0200.
And second, any further debate? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Passes. The next one is the use of exclusionary timeout settings, 5144.2.
So this policy, had already gone through, its first read, and I omitted it from the last board meeting when the policies were, brought up, so I was bringing it back, for the, it's already gone through its second read as well, so bringing it back for, board approval, if any questions.
Question, Dr. Stafford? Is there a motion?
Yes, there has been, I'd like to make a slight amendment to our policy, saying they're gonna be back to back board meetings. If we seem to comply with the bylaw. I'd like to, make a motion to suspend bylaw 9310. For the purpose of immediate implementation of policy, which one are we on?
5144.2.
5144.2, recognizing that we didn't do it at the second board meeting. And we're suspending the bylaw for that purpose.
Is there a second? All in favor to suspend the bylaw 9310, say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Is there a motion to approve the policy?
Motion to approve the exclusionary timeout settings policy 5144.2 for immediate implementation.
Second? Is there a second? All right, any further debate? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The next item on the agenda is, to approve and suspend bylaw 9310 for the purpose of immediate implementation of policy title 4, the sexual harassment. Oh, sorry, 9, thank you. Sexual harassment, 4000.1. And this is, different from a previous policy that was adopted, this is, related for the staff.
Staff,
Yeah,
correct.
the previous one that was adopted for students.
Motion to suspend bylaw 9310 for the purpose of immediate implementation of policy. Title 9, sexual harassment 4000.
Any debate on that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That one passes, or let's go on to the policy itself. Approval of policy Title 9, sexual harassment. Dr. Stack. You have anything to add to that one?
So it was that, this was similar to the policy that was presented, at the last board meeting. It had the student version, so this is the exact same document. But this one just had additional, sample pages at the back of it. As compared to the student one, but it's the same document over here.
Is there a motion?
As, read. Is this
Immediate.
to approve, immediate
We already did that. It's just the motion to approve the policy.
motion to approve policy Title 9, sexual harassment?
Second.
Any further debate? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? All right, that passes. Thank you, Dr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Next, Dr. Evans, looking for an approval of district organizational structure. Budget.
Madam Chair, through the chair, I think we wanted to make sure I circle back on the couple items that I had in the last board meeting, bringing those items collectively to this meeting. I would like to kind of go through some line items of additional, looking at the gap closing measures that was proposed. One of those line items were eliminating essential office positions, but also with those positions, looking at the reorganization of the district as well. So I have placed these items in the board portal where the board members that are online can go to the portal and find the same documents that I'm going to kind of go over. These items will be an extension to item number 7 that Mr. Nucor is going to go over for the budgetary piece as well. As part of the consideration that I would like the board to consider is the elimination of a couple of positions. So I would like to go through some of those positions to make sure that there's clarity in when I show the organizational chart, you'll have some clarity behind that. So the first position that I am proposing to eliminate is the assistant superintendent for SEL. That position, I feel could be consumed by other members of the district. So that high-level position is a member of my cabinet, but based on the needs of the district and the financial piece, I would like to have the board consider eliminating that position. The other position that I would like to be considered for elimination is the Director of Grants and Grants Management. Again, in looking at, the financial needs of the district, felt that the responsibilities of that position can be consumed by other individuals within the division, but just really looking at how we're going to manage grants, pursue grants, all those types of things. In addition to that position, I would like to propose to the board to eliminate the chief, not eliminate, but actually reclassify Chief Human Resource Officer's position. With that position, I would like the board to consider, elevating that position to an assistant superintendent for human capital, with the note being that that position is going to require a state of Connecticut certification to be able to, that person will need to have that certification to be in the position. In addition to that, I would like the district the board to consider eliminating the Director of Payroll and Benefits. Again, another position that we feel we will be able to kind of reorganize the workspace within that division to consume the work. In addition to that, the Director of SEL Programs and Student Affairs is the other position that I'd like the board to consider. Again, those responsibilities will also be consumed with other members of the district as we see fit. Again, the additional, there's elimination of an assistant principal's position. This position is going to be eliminated due to the fact that that person does not have a certification to go back into the classroom as a teacher. So we just figured we were just going to eliminate the position instead of bringing it back as a classroom teacher for the next 3 years. In addition to that, to eliminate a program service coordinator, that position resides in the grants department as well. As we looked at reorganizing the grant department, we felt the efficiency of being able to save those dollars is going to be important as well. The last item, number 8, as we celebrated today as the new welcoming center is opening, we have additional 5 clerical positions that we could consume. And so, because all of that work is going to be housed in the new welcoming center for the district. So you'll see elimination of those 5 additional clerical positions. So with that being said, one of the things that I brought forth to the board that in looking at those positions, that I would be able to save the district $980,000. With the savings, thus far, it's about $1.4 million worth of savings with the reallocations and the reorganization of the district. In addition to that, if you look at the next line item, number 9, 10, 11, and 12, there's a couple of positions that I would like to delay, eliminating until 6 months into the next school year, due to the fact that there's going to be 2 to 3 individuals that will be retiring mid-year, and then those salaries will be consumed at that point as well. So the net value for when Sam, you go ahead and put up the document that I showed you. Can you put that on the screen?
The chart?
Yes. Yes, sir. So, for the public to see, I'm going to display, the final recommendations for how we're going to do business in the district. So as you see, I have, at the top of the organizational diagram, you have the superintendent. Coming down to the next level, you have my office, which is my executive assistant. To the left-hand side from where I'm looking, you have safety and security. That is all the security guards. That's Captain Greg's office, working with the city of Bridgeport to provide safety and security for the district. And then as we streamline the work of the district, as a school superintendent, I will kind of oversee high school principals. I've done a lot of work around high school principal leadership, so I feel very confident that I will be able to support them, along with, if you go down to the bottom of the screen, the two green boxes at the bottom is the two executive directors. There will be actually consuming the role of supporting campus leadership. As you go to the middle of the screen, you have an assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction, and then you have an assistant superintendent for human capital. The new position for the assistant superintendent for human capital, we talked about the certification. That person will be supervising, payroll department and the HR department, with a focus in on making sure policy and labor relations pieces are all involved there. When you look at the chief financial officer, that's the district position. That position is also going to be required a state of Connecticut certification as well moving forward. And then the other positions, the chief human information officer, chief operation officer, and the chief of special education. Those are current positions in the district. And then when you go below that, where the assistant superintendent is, the assistant superintendent will be managing grants, academics, counseling, and the executive directors and directors. So again, it's a very lean, organizational chart, but I think it's very impactful to the work that has to get done. I feel if allowed to be able to move forward with this particular organization, we will be able to kind of at least manage the day-to-day operations of the district. And so with that being said, again, I was a little bit over the $980,000 savings that I mentioned to the board at previous meetings and at the finance committee meeting as well. So I just wanted to make sure that visually you can see how it all breaks down. And then I will, at this time, Madam Chair, open it up for any questions.
Mr. Mariners.
Question on the bottom half of this page, where it says delay of administrative assistant principal and delay supervisor of alternative education during our finance committee meeting. You referenced that there was gonna be some folks that were gonna be retiring.
Yes.
Is that why there's a delay and not like an?
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what the reason why that, because again, they're tenured administrators that, we want to kind of hang on because we're not very clear as to how everything's going to settle once our budget is passed, but they're willing to, stick around for another half a year and then retire. So you'll have that lump of savings that will go back into play as well. Yes, ma'am.
And then my last question is, based on this, it says we would still have about $1 million worth of savings. What are we intending to do with that additional $1 billion? Can we potentially look at restoring position?
Absolutely. And that's one of the things that the board is going to be, having conversations over the next couple of years. I'll get necessarily a little bit of time too. But I think that's important that we do, is that as we look at having additional dollars, what can we do to bring back, libraries or that's something that the board is going to help prioritize for us. In addition to that, there is some additional dollars that are right now we're not real clear about. And we're looking to have a little bit deeper conversation with the commissioner and with, there's some dollars that's in the seed dollars that we'll talk about during the budget piece as well, that we're just still not clear on. I talked to the deputy commissioner today because I needed clarity as to how are we gonna be able to spend those dollars. But one of the things I'm gonna caution the district on is using those dollars when you don't know you're gonna get them the next year, it doesn't need to be used on personnel. There's other ways that we can, look at managing personnel and bringing back personnel with other dollars that we can do some things with. So we just have to be able to, work through that as well. So that is something that, I think we're gonna go through that exercise with the board myself as we start prioritizing. And then we'll have a better feel of which things we're gonna bring back first based on the money that we have. A great question.
Did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
For clarity, $1 million in basically savings, net savings of $1 million is basically detailing the $985,000 of gap closing measure that's already money spent already. Let me break down. The money has been spent. In a nutshell. It's part of the gap closing measure. If you go to this big spreadsheet that I have, page 3, item number 15. You're gonna see $985,000. That money is basically detailing how I can get $985,000.
Yes,
I mean, yeah, and give up this.
yes,
Police on.
Right.
absolutely.
Wow, really, what was proposed was. Was it against?
I'm just saying, since you had originally said you were gonna save 980,000 in that area, this is 30,000 more
All right,
in the end.
That's.
Mr. Oliver?
There's several questions, issues, concerns around this. Mentioned time and time again, maybe just alluding to how we gotta work together to put the. Initially thought there's an extra $1 million in and how we would have to work together to prioritize what we want to bring back. We should have been doing that right now for these 4 positions right here. Out to $418,000, because my opinion. Having staff stay for an additional 6 months and then leave in the middle of the school year would be quite disruptive. And I'm even conversations with some of the board members offhand. This could bring back the entire ARCS program for the entire year. Save $400,000. We can only spend money once. And this should have been brought before finance, it's been referred time and time again. And there's plenty of alternative uses to bring back. We could bring back maybe 3 librarians with that $400,000. Well, the librarians are here. And it's not even on the agenda that we're making a motion to rescind, that people could possibly get their jobs back, and it's unfair because they can't even speak publicly on it because there's no public speaking on the agenda, and it wasn't added to the agenda that we might be putting jobs back. Now, we have not, as a board, sat down and met and decided what our priorities are. Right now, this is Superintendent Julia's. Not on the superintendent, this is on board government. And as a superintendent, if you ask for something, he got it. And he may get it. We're going to vote for this, and there's nothing else, no librarians. Would it be more beneficial to bring back 4 social workers for the entire year to service children the whole entire year, rather than have 8 people hang out till June, that have to reallocate the district, reallocate positions throughout the year, and then cause disruption through the school year to those places where the 8 people are there for the year. And furthermore, if we are to do this, since there is no motion to rescind the on agenda, it will take a 2/3 vote. Robert rules to reverse any of these cuts, so we got to separate them out. And only the person who made the motion, person who voted on the winning side of the issue, they make the motion to rescind. So that's all I got right there. And also this budget, next part of the budget is dependent upon some maybe educated guesses, but guesstimates nonetheless. We got $4.5 million in attrition savings, I believe, which was today edited to be $489,000. Was there a change in circumstances? Did we do another analysis of staff and decide if we could find another $89,000, or did we just see that we're $89,000 short and use that number? Okay.
Ms. Newberg.
Madam Chair, again, if we go through reconciliation, which I attached, to answer your question, the gap closing measure with the reconciliation of what the state adopted in their revenue versus what the board has adopted in revenue, will be short 89%. I have to balance the budget. That's often tax down bills and increase that ratio by 89,000. On this budget, will not cover.
So is there a plan that took this into account that you can identify that the $89,000 could be saved over the 450,000, over the 4.5 million? We've identified $89 million in attrition savings that we can proactively do, or are we just depending on luck?
We are depending on taking a stringent measure, controlling or delaying hiring for a little longer time in order to attend the $89,000.
Yeah, I know. Right, and that being said, we also got a projected savings of special ed to return to the district is $2.5 million, which is also the best estimate, which may or may not be realized. And then there may or may not be more funding coming. This is not the time to be reversing any cuts. And if we are to reverse any cuts, they should be the board's priority cuts and not be disruptive and do something that happens in the middle of the year. So I'm going to advocate that we accept the first part, we vote on the first part, and in any case, we got the second part, which is the voted to make the cuts in the first place. It's got to be passed by a 2/3 margin because there's a meeting, if anybody wants to. I was just, we got it. And the sheets for the last meeting, I thought that was.
Yes, I think I want to emphasize to the board that I spent a lot of time trying to understand with all the cuts that we made a $30 million worth of cuts, guys. And as a professional in this seat, providing guidance to the board, I want the board to understand it's going to be a very tough year trying to keep this. And the recommendations that I'm making is how I feel we can do it. And that this whole document, the whole $100 million savings is part of that recommendation. And I'm giving you my best judgment. Do I know if it's going to be 100% done? I don't know that. But I will do my due diligence with the team to do this work. I don't have enough people to do the work that I need to do. Okay. And I just feel that this is the best way to do it. And that's why I'm being very transparent to this community, to this board. And that's why everything's been posted. All positions. I cut two additional people from the cabinet, because that's what the board wanted me to do. And I did that, and those numbers are very fluid. And that's all I'm gonna say on that. So I understand Mr. Sokolovic's, concern, but I want to make sure that as a professional, running this district, this is the best, option for this district to be able to move forward and work from there.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. If those two administrators are going to retire in the middle of the year anyway, it may be more disruptive for them to retire from where they go into than from where they are. So I don't know who these people are, where they are and where they could go into. So it may be more, less,
And
and I don't.
I'm aware of that.
I'm not,
Yes,
I'm making that point in general. Hear what you're saying, and I'm not minimizing what you've said or arguing against. But it seems to me we have to look at this issue budget overall. I don't hear anyone has made any final decisions. This is the first time since in a while that we've had a chance to talk about the budget. We've been all sort of waiting, to find out what we got. Now, having said that, I still didn't see. I still don't know. I've been trying for the last week or two since the session ended. I understand. We have two $5 billion chunks of money that has yet to be answered as to how we get it. It's not in this budget. Didn't see it in this budget. To the best of my knowledge, my source, which is very good, says it's coming to us. We just don't know how to get it. We have had not one person tell us how to get that $5 million in the bond bill. It's in there. It's written in there for the city, over 140,000 people. But nobody seems to know how to get it. And I'm anxious to hear what you've heard.
I think you're gonna touch on that in the
Yes.
next.
Okay, well, I was confused by the agenda too, but when you all decided to spin away from this
Yeah, let's bring it back
and
to
go into the budget, I'm spinning.
Yeah, we're going back to
So-
organization,
Well, it does say, the agenda does say
budget planning.
reorganizational structure and budget planning. So y'all spun off into this. So I'm spinning. And the spin I got in the last 72 hours over the weekend was that that 5 million, nobody quite knows how we're gonna get it, but it's ours. 5 million this year, 5 million next year is ours. So nobody quite knows how we're gonna get it. And so we have to figure out how we're gonna get them. And obviously it has an impact on all of this discussion.
Absolutely.
The librarians, the kids walking to school, the performance arts, the counselors, I mean, all the things that we care about. But we don't know. And so, the commissioner, the mayor, the governor's, whatever council that is, which includes some old rolling throwbacks, all have an agenda they're applying that affects us and our kids. So we gotta figure out how we get that money. And then there's some other stuff too, the seed money and the spend money, I get them.
Now come in the second.
So
Do you have any, anybody have any questions about the restructuring? The reorganization or structure? Mr. Collins.
Yeah, just for clarity, are we moving on to vote on the cuts at this point? Because the cuts and the budget go hand in hand.
which gets to be
The rest-
this.
The detailed cut and revisiting of there, because we cannot have this conversation without going into the budget. That's the
Do
comment.
we have any more questions on the reorganization?
Just the chart.
Yes,
Do we have to vote on this?
The chart itself.
technically,
I
no.
don't think we do.
No.
We need to vote on a position.
This is just you reorganizing your staff.
But it's based on the elimination of positions and the board has to vote on those things.
So there's many, the assistant superintendent, director of grants,
Which is,
the chief human.
which is in this.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, I get where it's in here. And that's what we would be voting on, vote on the budget. Yeah. That's the way I see it. And that's what Joe's asking, I understand what he's asking. When we get to this, be voting on this part of in there.
That's correct.
We're not gonna vote on this separately as a separate item now.
Okay.
Correct?
voting on the part of the budget. Move on the budget later. We're going to vote on the donation and provisions.
But this has been laid out to us now as, he has in mind here, but when we get to the budget here. We can separate that out. Am I correct?
As needed.
Is that right? Is that about that? Yes.
Well, okay.
As long as we're voting on this.
We're not approving this thing. It's been explained to us as in that little piece of this package.
Yes. Am I joining? No, okay. I want clarity, I've talked to you about this already, but the grants positions, Those aren't grant writing positions. Okay, and so we still have a position for a grant writer?
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions on the restructuring? Ms. Gaskins, Ms. Francis Perez, any questions?
Yes, just a follow-up question on the grant writer. So are we looking for a grant writer right now? And how has that process been going?
We have staff within the department that actually can step up to do that, and they have been. I feel very comfortable that they're going to be able to assist in expanding upon the reach of getting those additional dollars to the district.
I'm sorry, I don't understand, Dr. Avery. Are there several people that are writing grants, or is there one person that is designated for that position? Just so I understand.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Hannah Whitley. I've seen you at a couple of board meetings. I've been with the district for about a year working in the grants office. I don't know what my title will be. Currently, my title is Assistant Director of Grants Development and Management. So in the former hierarchy, second in command to the former director. My background is I have a PhD in rural sociology from Penn State, master's degree, 3 bachelor's degree. But most importantly, what you're interested in is how much money have I acquired in my lifetime? Independently, before I came to the district, about $500,000 in individual research specific grants. Again, came from academia with a horrible postdoc position, moved up here. Now I've been here. Assuming what I think the cabinet has discussed, what Dr. Avery has discussed, the position, well, the process in the grants offices is going to shift what it's traditionally been. I'd like to introduce Shakira Watson, who's right here on the far left. I've been describing Shakira as my right-hand partner. Everything that I do as now point of contact for grants, Shakira is partnered with as well. So think of it as this way. In grants, we have a pre-award process and a post-award process. Pre is the writing, it's the identification of the grants, it's contacting potential partners, potential collaborators. Post is budgeting, ensuring compliance, making sure drawdowns are submitted to the appropriate people, making sure grants are allocated in the appropriate way. Shakira and I and our chief grants accountant, Andrea Broderick, who's been with the district for quite some time, do everything 100% together. So it's difficult to say we have one grant writer position where we all three do it collectively. Now, that said, for the last year, I have been writing the majority of grants the district applied for by myself. However, it's important to mention that multiple directors, one of which who is currently on the cuts list, the SEL director and student affairs, has written a significant amount of grants that the district has received. So again, it's hard to speak directly as to do we have a grant writer? I assume it might be me, but the position that I currently have entails much, much, much more than solely grant writing. So that said, I feel confident that, and we can provide you with correct numbers of the current amount of grants that we have. It's approximately $200 million. And we have how many grants currently?
I currently oversee about 272 grants, and I build the budgets for them as well. And I collaborate with Nestor and as well all the academic executive directors and so forth to build these budgets.
So we have 272 grants, approximately $200 million. I can feel confident saying to you right now, with the opportunities that Shakira and I have presented to Nestor, Dr. Avery, and other members of the team, if we are able to expand the department in the ways that we see, I can confidently say we could apply for about 35 million to 40 million additional dollars. Now I say apply for. Policies can change, RFPs can change, but I can confidently say if you give us what we're asking for, I can personally ensure that amount will be applied for in addition to the 200 million that we currently have. So, with that said, happy to expand in the future or right now on what type of grants we apply for, what's the difference between an entitlement and a competitive grant. But know that we apply for absolutely everything that comes across our desk that we probably can apply for.
All right, so out of the 272 or out of the 200 and some odd grants that you say you've applied for, how many of those were not government or state grants or city grants? How many of them were not?
You don't have, do you have the information handy?
I can go print it out right now, but
You can put that to the, we don't.
yeah, my guess for the private grants, I can say that with the addition of my position, so again, having just come in this year, we've applied for minimum 45 private grants more than were applied for when I wasn't here. And that's the difference, is that when you hire a grant writer, hire a new assistant director, whatever the level is, that person is able to apply for those more competitive supplemental grants that are not the entitlement federal and state grants. So yeah, I can say minimum 45, but it's definitely higher. And we've also expanded our opportunities for teachers to apply for private grants as well. In the past, everything ran through our department. We typically didn't open the opportunities for teachers to apply. But something that we've done different this year is sending out opportunities to principals to then share with the folks in their schools. So teachers can independently, say, this is an idea that I have, and they can go for it with support from our office. So we support the budgeting, we support the writing. That's one of the ways that we try to be creative, and how do we increase the amount of supplemental funding that we're getting, while keeping up with the entitlement grants that we're responsible for. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And like I said, if a specific request is submitted on, we have documented a running tracker of what we applied for, did we get it or not, how much it was, who we collaborated with. We have that for you.
Great.
Is there any more? Thank you so much for sharing. Is there any more questions on restructuring? Or the, recalls? We go on into the operating budget.
Sure. Put up, where it says update of the state FY 25-26 adopted budget.
FY 26, right?
Yeah, FY 25-26.
Yep.
Adopted. First for the best. Actually, the file is worth something. First one, I sent. That's what, yeah, this one is also.
No.
Make it bigger. This one. Okay. Good evening, everyone. This is basically, the board has practically done most of the work, or we've done most of the work relative to district budget. However, we did take we made some best guess or best judgment based on the information we had. at the point in time related to some state revenue, mainly special education, excess cost reimbursement. Board members recall there was a time that the legislators unanimously agreed among themselves and proposed $124 million additional special state one. But everybody thought it was going to pass, but I did make it clear to the board that, you know, it was in favor of the both bipartisan parties, the Republicans and the Democrats. However, it has to get to pass. But that's the best. Yeah, that would have given the district, Bridgeport district, $5.88 million next year. If that $124 million proposed excess cost passed. It ended up not passing. So basically what it means, since it did not pass, they came up with other alternatives or other funding sources. We came in two buckets. One was the $40 million statewide, which is repeating the $40 million this year, which entitles us again to $1.8 million next year. Then they added another $30 million kind of an addendum and called it special ed seed month or seed grant, which is earmarked for expansion and development of special education. So it's not really a reimbursement. It's for enhancement and development and expansion of special education. So in my view, that money, which is $2.6 million, we cannot use it, the district cannot use it and should not use it as a reimbursement. Have to develop the program. However, you can use or pay some personnel that you're currently paying for from that program. In other words, you can pay personnel that are currently in our regular payroll, but you have to show the state the program you're developing for efficiently better management of special ed. It doesn't mean that you're gonna have to go out there and hire brand new personnel. If you can reallocate the personnel you have, you still just a shift. But that will show the state how, what program you're developing. But again, let's go through it. When the board adopted, the last time the board adopted the budget, to increase the use of internal service fund from 7 million to 9.5 million. That was just a random number that the board members decided to occupy on the floor. But you know, for the floor number, but when I went and calculated everything, it ended up that the budget the board adopted that night had a savings or a surplus of $639,000. So we're still carrying that surplus forward, and that's the surplus you're seeing here. But we have to reverse out the 5.88 million of special education that the board had adopted that did not materialize. That's what the negative received. We're reversing it. Now we're putting back $667,000 in additional money in our line. The board had adopted a $10.4 million increase funds. $10.4 million increase in alliance. However, the state final adopted alliance money or adopted alliance allocation was $11 million. So that's a $667,000 increase from what the board had adopted. That's money, $667,000 to the good. Then we have to apply back the $1.8 million that the state reinstated. Since they didn't honor the 5.88 million. That's the excess cost reimbursement. Then we have to add the spared seed grant of $2.624 million, which is Bridgeport allocation anyway. I have the calculation. They already did the run, so I have the run. These are the actual indicated budget for next year for Bridgeport district. By the time we're done with ins and outs, we ended up with the budget would have been $89,000 deficit. That's why I decided to increase the attrition from 4.5 million down. 4.58 now, in order for the budget to be more than this brief of doing it, either that or you lay off another person. Just have to tighten our belts and delay recruitment for, people that retire. After all, budget is assumption, $89,000. To be very honest with you, compared to the assumptions we made here, pretty nothing. Very frank with everyone. So, but that's where we ended up. That's what the change is, and that's why I call it reconciliation of what the board had adopted versus what actually transpired and happened. This is the verdict, final verdict of the state adopted budget. Everybody has a question. Go ahead.
No, I was just signaling the mystery 5 million.
Okay. If I may,
Yes.
Madam Chair, relative to the $5 million, we did talk to the state technical team, supposedly overseeing Bridgeport. Yes, there's $5 million. Commissioner of Education. They determine. Use the money. Answer your question, David.
It's not in your,
It's not
Yeah.
in Bridgeport Board of Education. The school district does not have control of that money, to answer your question.
To answer what I've been told is the money will come to the school district.
The whole country district, what you don't decide,
yeah,
the state commissioner decides.
unexpected.
Yeah,
And let me, good chair,
Yes.
for clarity for that, I did talk to the deputy commissioner probably at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And I asked the same question. He told me that they're working on providing clarity to the district. And as soon as he gets the clarity for that, he will advise me on that. I haven't probably next month, I have been a meeting with the commissioner, and I'm sure she will provide that clarity to me as well. Next month, we're meeting once a month, to make sure that she has, contact with me regarding the things that's going in the
That
district.
she wants a budget this month,
Yeah.
Yes.
but she won't give us clarity till next month.
They're still, when I was told that they're still working through the legislative language because this is new. And it's the first time they've had this type of money given to the commissioner to kind of distribute to the district. And they're still working through those legislative, intent of what's supposed to happen with the monies. And so that's where we are right now. That's what I was told. So he said that's coming soon, but I get it. I understand where you're coming from.
Then I see something that said that the mayor has something to do with the money allocation too.
That's a whole nother issue.
That's what I'm.
That's a whole nother process of tapping into another $5 million for next year and $5 million for the following year.
Yes.
But I wasn't on them, so feeding off of what, that's where I was going to. Are you telling me that's two separate sums?
My understanding is that the commissioner has dollars as well. But it could be a combination, because everybody's interpreting it different, right? So that's where
I was getting confused, because my understanding is that the 5 million involves the mayor and
the commission.
And the Finance Advisory Commission, which is part of the governor's department. Which I know that the commissioner and the governor are buddies, but the Finance Advisory Commission is not the State Department of Ed. And so that's where it gets quite confusing. So that
honestly, if I may, Madam Chair, honestly, the commissioner in pressuring for the board to adopt school district budget based on the information we have. The other information, you don't, not clear, you don't have jurisdiction over it from that. They're pressuring Good. Just be honest and blunt with everyone. President Dr. Avery, let the board adopt the budget based on the information they have, which is what we presented here. The other part of money, it's different part of money, we will get to it later.
So the commissioners pressuring us to make a decision to get rid of our librarians, when in fact, we may not need to get rid of our librarians, or to get rid of our social workers, or to get rid of our performance art program, or to make our kids walk further, when in fact, we might not have to do that if we actually knew what money was coming in next year that the legislature voted on. Doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. I hear what you're saying, Nestor. You're just passing along what your interpretation or hearing, and I hear you. And I agree with you. That's what I'm getting the sense too. But it's just nonsense, frankly. Why should we, where on what square of this earth does that make sense? That we should tell our librarians, sorry, tell our social workers or our performance arts program, go away, when in fact, we might have the money for something. Bad enough to have to make those decisions, and then a month later be told, oh, you did have the money for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really, this situation made me upside down, made me sad, made me angry, made me everything. Because everybody couldn't be in shape, but everybody makes solution. We have the COO, we got the budget, we got commissioner, we got superintendent, we got the board members, we got everyone. But nobody have done something that, and they don't need that every to make a decision as a superintendent. The commissioner want us to do something. The board of this Harvard, they want to do something. We did it. We give it to them. What else they want? What else they want? And I know they got extra with the cabinet that everybody give it to them. Because, we have so many people give layoff. They're stressed, they're depressed, they're in line, they want to do what they're leaving, they're going to stay, what I'm going to do, where I'm going. And nobody make a decision. And if Bridgeport make a decision, Bridgeport's the bad one. But I know that nobody know, let's say for the record, that Bridgeport gives hard for everything what they want. We did what they want. So nobody can blame Bridgeport Public School and not the superintendent because it's a state. And I can blame and I can say it, that the commissioner is the one put us, hanging there, go back and forth. Like you said that, Trevor. Maybe we can already give lay off all these people. That don't make sense. Maybe, it made me upset, made me angry because the people there are here. They worry about the family, they worry about life, they care about the students. They can leave for another child a long time ago. They don't want to because they care for people for school, they care about students. They care about parents. It's day and night, 7 days. We are working, not only the board, the cabinet, that everyone here, back and forth. So they don't make sense that they put us, go around. But when you make decision, Dr. Avery, whatever decision you make it stop. I will support you because enough is enough. We having these people, waiting for us, but they cannot blame us because it's hard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, let's get everybody's waiting in. I'm gonna give a reading because we're talking about 5 million. But in section 32, grants and aid to support a local board of education. The Commission on Education shall determine the use of such proceeds not exceeding $5 million. Not exceeding $5 million. It doesn't say $5 million will be given. And then when you refer to the portion of Bridgeport, you go to section 138, which reads no later than September 1st, 2025. The mayor of the city shall submit to the commission a report in writing that includes a plan for corrective actions to ensure the city will not require supplemental education grants and aid in future fiscal use. Just basically an impossible task that they've given. Such plan should not limited to cost containment policies, adjustments to fiscal policies, collaboration with municipalities or regional boards of education, ways to maximize federal funding, identification of responsibility. And this is this language is notwithstanding prior to receiving any grants and aid pursuant to section 13 and 32. Now, realize 32 is the last one I just read. So this is referring to the $5 million. We got to jump through those hoops before the commissioner gets to spend up to $5 million of something of our choosing for our district. So that I can only read what the legislator wrote between the lines, and we can only count on the money that's in our hands. It would be wonderful to have legislators to actually write and understand the legislation they wrote before they vote on it and tie our hands like this, because this is unacceptable. And I hope people realize how unacceptable this behavior is. I mean, we've got people deciding what to spend our money on. And even if it's year 1 or 2, this is non-recurring revenue. So if they decide to put back buses, we may have to cut buses again 2 years from now. And the second, and how can we not rely on the state? Well, the second year, the ECS is flat funded at zero increase for the second year. We got $10 to $12 million in increased costs. So we got to find a way to cut $10 to $12 million in the next fiscal year in order to satisfy the council that we're not going to
23 million because of the 9.5 internal service fund. That's not.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so even make my point even, and that's even worse. This is especially why we are not in a position to bring back a single position at this time until we got clarity on all of this. That's all I got for you.
Madam Chair, again, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Come 2027, this district needs no less than 22 to 24 million in additional. 9.5 use of internal service fund will not reoccur. 12 to 14 million dollars normal cost of living increase. You're looking between 22 and 24 million dollars in fiscal year 22. Our budget is flat funded in 2027. That's very record. And totally the three state technical team, hopefully Dr. Every in our office 2 days ago, say, show them the numbers and say for all practical purposes, go to passport. Let them know 2027 Bridgeport is re-emerging with 22 to 24 million dollars deficit. It's there. It's going away and it's not going away.
And just really briefly talk about the $5 million, and I was intending on saying we need to meet so that we can discuss which positions we're gonna bring back, especially the librarians. We have a bunch of them here today. After this discussion, I feel a little bit deflated, to be honest with you, because it doesn't seem like it'll happen based on fact that we're getting additional funding in. However, we're still going to be at a deficit because of the cost of living increases and so on and so forth. But I did want to bring up one thing, which was about public comment today and the necessity of ensuring that that always happens in every of our meetings, because we need to make sure that not just our teachers, our staffs, our parents, everyone's voices are heard. We're implementing on their behalfs, and where our decisions impact them, they need to have a voice in these meetings. So I'm very deflated with this financial conversation, but I just want to make sure whatever decision happens, that we always have a voice and a spot for them to express themselves.
And I, people they think community parents that they think is the board education. It's not us. We're trying to find to the edge, because my question is, and for the record, if everybody listen, where are all the state represented? Where are the people represent Bridgeport? Where are the people that say they care, they love, they support Bridgeport Public School, they care the school, and they support the teachers? Where they are? Because we do community forum, we do meetings, they know what we want, they know what they need. They know everything, and that made me angry because when it's election time, they kiss your butt. Let's put it this way, sorry. They are there looking for you because they need to vote. But when we need us right now, disappear. And I can, they know who they are. It's not only the board members, we fight for you guys, we fight for our kids, we fight for all the staff. But if they from over there, they don't give it to us, nothing we can do, especially the same thing with the city council. We try best. But I never forget, I always told this, my sister Karma, never forget, election's coming soon, and it's time to talk. I'm telling all the parents, it's time to talk, staff, it's time to talk. You know who they are, you know who you can call, and you know who care about you, about students. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions on the operating budget? Is there a motion to approve the operating budget?
If I may, could you bring up the other screen? Because the board is going to be approving a total appropriation of the budget. That's what the number that the board is going to be approving. One single number, which when he brings it up, tells you see the number that will be a total budget appropriation for fiscal year 25-26. You can see it. If you look on, yeah, if you can blow it up a little more, please.
Well, you need a. Say it's for one thing, you need a laser when you.
I'm sorry?
You need a laser.
Just wait here.
Oh, okay, sorry, okay.
It's where you're looking, because we've got the document, I'll find it on the document. I'm not-
Right there, look on the,
Not to see it. Okay.
okay, the second row. On the right-hand side.
You got one there?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it won't show on the board.
It's on the board.
Okay.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Does?
Yeah.
Okay, this row here, this is what you're looking at. FY 26 proposed budget. This is not where you're looking.
What do you want me to see there?
Okay. I'm gonna go through the line items. The city of Bridgeport allocated $245 million, $860,982 to Bridgeport School District in their operating budget in fiscal year 25-26. That basically the city gave the Board of Education $3,125,000 increase in fiscal year 25-26. That's how much increase the city gave to Board of Education towards each year, education cost sharing. That $3.1 million increase will keep reoccurring every year. The city must maintain. That's good. Then in the State Alliance grants, the State Alliance grant went up by $11 million, 11,085. That's how much the State Alliance went up. Increase in allocation. The State Alliance grant, you have to earmark 5% for DEI, diversity and equity, so that's why you see the negative there, the reduction of 552. Then the $1.8 million in excess cost that we talked about, that's gonna reduce expenses because it's a reimbursement. The expenses were budgeted on the gross, so reduce expenses by $1.8 million, $1.862 million. But the other spread grant, seed grant, you cannot use it as a reimbursement. You have to appropriate it as the project or expense. That's why it's being put there as part of the operating budget allocation. That we earmark specifically for that project. That's when the state is going to want to know or see the program, expansion development program, history, establish and how we are spending that money. Have to be accounted. That's not just be looking at the expenses. Now coming up with initiatives of new programs. And then we board voted to use $9.5 million of internal service fund. That's pretty much all that's left. Put it that way. So if you add up all those numbers, you will come up to $304,169,933. That is the total appropriation or total budget that the board will adopt to it. As Board of Education budget for fiscal year 2025-26.
Question.
Sure.
Okay, so one, you confused me putting numbers in red that are actually,
It has the same effect, it has the $7 effect because it's a reimbursement, is reducing your total expense.
yeah, no, I'm just,
People gross it up, it does.
I'm not a accountant, so just how you,
Yeah,
so I followed you.
it's negative,
What you said.
yeah.
So our budget is 304 million. Last year, our budget, when we voted on it, was 309 million.
Oh.
And then when you came in, you reported it had increased to 315 million. Okay, so I'm stating what I recall. Now you can correct me before I go on. You can clearly have something to say about that, what I just said.
Absolutely.
I saw your finger go up right away. I know I was a teacher, you want to school me.
Well, if everybody recall, when we started this whole budget process, the entire monetary need, if you look at the next column, the entire monetary need was $348 million. Still 3
Yeah, to the left.
The board,
I see 309, 2 columns over.
actually,
322, 1 column.
we're taking, the board cut out almost $33 million, almost $33 million in cuts.
Already this year.
Actually, thank you.
That's what we're doing.
You did it already, voted
Yeah,
on it.
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, it's done, it's done there.
But how much did we cut out from at the quote where I was headed?
Mhm.
Was we made cuts starting in December.
Let me.
We made actual cuts.
Yeah.
Immediately. With your help, with your advisement, with your consultation,
Mhm.
we made cuts immediately.
Mhm.
So I'm looking, going back across, this is where I was going. We had a $309 million budget last year,
Mhm.
350,000. And then, I'm seeing 322 million projected.
Mhm.
So is that the 315? Because initially you came in and said 315
322
was projected.
was projected, but look at the actions, that's why
So
I'm glad I still maintain this current year. Look at the actions that the board took in reducing the gap.
So you're saying that we went,
On both fields, the wrong paragraph. I'm glad I did this.
so I guess what I'm asking you is, how much did we save already this year? Not what we're gonna budget for next year. How much do we already save this year?
For this current fiscal year.
Current year, yes.
This current fiscal year, the savings you're getting was moving programs into grants in the amount of $10 million. $10 million under solution one. That's a gap. Action that we took.
So I already gave you a month.
1.1 million. Because.
We're
Mhm. The nutrition center is gonna reimburse the district for their retirees and health insurance. That's $1 million. Then, if you recall, $983,000 the district funded the money for the boiler. One of the school boilers. The grant has already reimbursed the district. So that fund money we fronted was part of your projected deficit. Now, we got to take the credit here as a reimbursement to reduce. The board approved gap closing measure, which is positions that the board approved. After netting the unemployment cost and everything, because it's a very short time frame. the savings you're gonna get for that little short time frame was $2.1 million. Because you're not getting the savings for the full year. 2.14.
Yes, I do.
However, when you go into next fiscal year, you will, that's where you see this 7.9 million full effect. I'm glad I did this running parallel one year back.
Right.
But very good.
So how, but this year, then you're saying we save 12 million? And,
You have to go down all the way. There are still some,
okay, just tell me.
there's still some action taken by the board. Here's the deficit. $42 million is your total deficit closing gap this year. Go to the page. Gonna see the report.
Yes, I see it.
That's how much action the board took, both, which is inclusive of the $1.8 million, which came immediate.
Yep.
The actions are outlined line by line, item by item. But this for our current fiscal year and next fiscal year. I'm not going to go on.
Okay, but I'm just saying, this fiscal year, this money to be saved, actual money,
For
because of the steps we took this.
the board took $42 million actually in order to bring this budget into balance. Line by line. You started the deficit with 42.45 million. All these actions, at the end of the day, total 42.45 million. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
And you have a balanced budget. That's why you have a balanced budget issue, assuming all the assumptions work. The same scenario, the same action we're taking to next year.
Yeah, well, this is why I just get irritated starting in January up at the State Department of Ed. I think that we were extraordinarily responsible.
I have to admit, it's a lot of numbers flying over.
I think we were extraordinarily responsible and we moved as quickly and expeditiously as we could to take responsible steps to correct the problem.
Yeah, yeah.
And that seems pretty responsible to me. So now we are, trying to deal with it for the next year or two, but that seems like that's pretty good, pretty responsible. Keepers of the budget. And, it's sad that we have to look after the next year, but it's still, we did what we had to do to get ourselves into this position. Feels like they don't have respect. We're not getting the respect for what we did. So, but thank you, Nestor.
Sure. Mr. Traver, I think you make a very,
Yeah, I know.
and the thing is that you got people trying to keep the district afloat and we're struggling. And people have to understand that we're human, we can only do so much. And so we're gonna try to keep it up. And I think it's important and the board, you guys done a great job of getting us that $42 million cut.
Well, I hear from many different quarters. And I won't elaborate. How irresponsible we are with our money. And I look at this and I think, language I can't speak at a public meeting. And it's just,
Let's say go forward.
no, I won't go for it, but it just that's just not true.
100%.
So I'm looking at fiscal year 26, the board proposed budget, there's a $13 million deficit. We're talking about an additional $5 million in this fiscal year and then next fiscal year. Can we potentially bundle the 5 and 5 for 10 and only have a
Appropriate 5 per year, so you can't combine it for 1 year, you can't do that.
It's fine for this year, flat next year in the bond bill.
It's just trying to think creatively to to lessen the impact.
To give you some hope. I've already heard state reps talking about a special session.
And if there is a special session, we will do our due diligence to make sure, yeah, we will, to make sure, because once you see this, if this is passed tonight, when you see that in 2027, we're gonna be with that 13 and that 9, you're gonna be at $22-23 million deficit. And the only way you're gonna make up that deficit is you're gonna cut more people. And I think only you have 85% of your budgets is the people that work in the district. We can't cut anything else. So I'm just like,
Okay, if I may,
Yes.
just for clarity, once the board adopts this budget, I have to consolidate the numbers. What I mean by that is let's go to where you have $7 million in the internal service fund. I have to modify that number to include the 2.5 million. Make it, then whatever I have the 2.5 at the bottom, I'll just delete it. That way somebody can know the total use of internal service. If you have it in 4 or 5 different places, completely heck out of everyone. So once the board adopts it, I'm going to consolidate it, send it to the board, the consolidated version, but you're still gonna have this, so you can try to, you wanna look at the details of the sequences of how the board took action, you could very well do, but for my own, the way my brain is partitioned, I like things to be consolidated.
No. Say something.
I have some. In here.
Several things. First of all, before we take any vote, we're gonna separate this out and look at this first, because these numbers, again, affect these. Gotta consider this first, which as I stated before, is gonna take a 2/3 vote to rescind any of the votes we already taken out of public program. One. Two. Again, we've got about $10.49 million in estimating non-guaranteed best guess spending that may or may not materialize. Say 50, 60%, 70%, 80%. We can fall short by $1 million or $2 million. Anywhere of these estimates. We could be overestimated, we could be underestimated, it could fall on either side. Hopefully it falls on the conservative side, but I really don't tend to think so on this budget. I think, but that being said, in the C grant especially, I explicitly asked this question. That is to be used for expanded services only, and there's penalties if we do not. So we got to tread very, very carefully, because we got the state watching us. We've got forensic auditors, I'm sure, tuned in this evening to watch how we operate and how we move as a board. See how we're voting. Now, we already said we're gonna try to use that seed money. We've got to use it outside the operating budget, basically for new services that are being added, not already existing services, new services which are not incorporated into the projected expenses. It's only incorporated into the expected revenue. So therefore, that puts us at a balance potentially $2.6 million. If we have to use this money, we get out $2.6 million in expenses and $2.6 million in revenue. So including this as a revenue in the budget, in the operating budget, when we cannot use it for things in the operating budget, that's about $2.6 million. Now, there's some things we can probably use it for that we expanded and started in August and September. Find a few things for that, but an expansion grant with the scrutiny that is on us, and with the explicit knowledge that this is for expanding services and new services, it would be foolhardy to have this in our budget to count on. So I'm basically, in my head, I'm counting that we try to spend it and they say, you can't do that. And they pull it back and then we end up in the hole for the $2.6 million. And that's the one. And the 4.5, nutrition savings. I don't even know when the last time we've had over $2 million in nutrition savings year over year since I've been on the board. That seems to be an astronomical amount. That seems to be overzealous, in my opinion. $2.5 million in special education that we are relying on to bring back into the district is dependent upon parents accepting IEP changes and all this other things. So we can't count on that money. So again, I'm gonna reiterate, it would be irresponsible to bring back any positions before we actually know what money is in our hands. I mean, because as a board, we are responsible for a balanced budget. Hearing things that we're saying now and people looking back at this meeting, having the warnings of potential deficit spending, we as a board are responsible for that. They don't say the superintendent's liable for overspending. It's the Board of Education that is liable for any expenditures and they can come after the board to recoup any expenditures. That's the superintendent, it's us, our asset, our liability, our homes. That is what we were saying. Now, they never came after us, but as the law is written, it's the board's responsibility to deliver a balanced budget. And in my opinion, if we don't make our best efforts to not add to the problem, we could potentially be held liable. That being said, now if we are to move forward with accepting cuts, a budget is a reflection of the values of the budget maker. Okay, so today, accepting this recommendation from the superintendent to bring back these delaying 2 administrators on special assignment for 6 months, 4 assistant principals for 6 months, school counselor for 1 year, which is actually, and delay supervisor of alternate education for 6 months. We are saying you only spend money one time. We're saying we value this, since we're spending this money on that, we value this more than bringing back an entire arts program. We value this more than bringing back 4 or 5 school counselor positions for the entire year. We are saying we value this more than 3 librarians. Saying we value this more than 5 or 6 teachers perhaps that we don't have to access them, we can put back in place. We are saying we value this up over everything else. This is why it was imperative for us to meet before now to decide on the board's priorities, because priorities reflect the values of the people passing the budget. My values, this does not reflect my values to bring back positions for 6 months and then be in the same boat where we're shorthanded next year anyway, but we can bring back arts programs for an entire year and have kids benefit, have counselors for an entire year and have them benefit exponentially for the whole year. And we gotta make sure we separate this out so we can have separate votes on this.
Good, Taylor.
Yeah, I'm confused about. We described our need to be fiscally responsible. I'm not restoring any positions because of the speculative nature of this budget. And I understood your points. And as you have often pointed out, your greater experience than anyone else on this board in creating a budget, though I've certainly sat through a lot more than the employee side. There is that nature and we have that fiscal responsibility. And I understand your point. So you were talking about not restoring any positions would be irresponsible. And so I understand and hear that point quite clearly. And so that is something for us to think about. And one of the things that I've heard you articulate also clearly is our need to think about what our priorities are, that if we did realize some money, what it would be that we would want to restore. And I understand the need to do that and have thought about that myself. echo your suggestion. But as I understand this, it seems to have irked you. These positions, with the exception of the school counselor, as administrative positions, are going to get paid $1,000 less than they would be paid otherwise. And so by bumping them into a teaching position for 6 months, which would be through January, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, it's saving us $6,000. So for those 6 months, if those people are going to retire, it's not gonna give us the arts department, the performing arts department. It's going to get us 1, 2, 3. It's 2, 4, 6, 7 positions, $7,000. So it's not that much money doing one way or the other. So I just think that we need to be clear about what we're arguing. You may still be opposed to it, but it's not $400,000. And we're not, if I understand your first point, we're not in the point of arguing to restore the 400,000 for arts.
No.
You're not recommending that anyway, not going to leave. So, and that's what I'm confused about, because that suggestion that I hear Dr. Avery making is to let those people work for 6 months and save that $7,000 a month, whatever it is. And not displace those people who are they would displace, so.
Ms. Betty Perez. Ms. Betty Perez.
I just want to say, I agree with holding off rehiring people about the board priorities. Also, I just want to state on the record, I just have some concerns regarding the bumping rights of the admins. Like, is it a bump into a teacher role, or is it a bump in, like, let's say a principal out of position? Because we have to just be aware of it. And so I agree with the majority of what was said, and I don't support restoring positions given the nature of the budget.
Did you want them to answer the bumping question?
I mean, that would be very helpful, given that you're talking about administrative roles and bumping. If someone's in the administrative role, why would they get bumped down to a teacher when they have bumping rights over principals? It just, I mean, if that can be explained, but I'm still firm with what other members have stated regarding budgetary concerns.
You're right, Ms. Baptiste Perez. So administrator on assignments would be able to bump out principals that they're more senior to. And then the principals would potentially bump assistant principals that they're more senior to. Assistant principals would go into open teaching positions, or if there were none, they'd bump a teacher that has less seniority. For the assistant principal, they would go into teaching positions if available, and they had seniority.
But then we just get rid of all the assistant principal roles for like 18 different buildings. So what assistant role would they be bumped into? That's almost a facade.
I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit. I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
We eliminated 18 assistant principal positions. So where would a principal be bumped down to an assistant principal?
Well, they
Do
would
we have the information regarding the number of principal retirees to ensure that none of our new principals are bumped?
I'm not sure about the number of retirees. Our new principals would be bumped by these two administrator on assignments. That's a certainty.
Yeah, no, thank you for clarification. Bump. principal that was just awarded for being an outstanding first year principal, but thank you.
We didn't catch that last part you were breaking up.
Based on what's being said, we just had a principal at one of the last regular meetings awarded for being an outstanding first year principal. And so what I'm hearing with the bumping rights is that we would bump out our awarded principal for these two admin roles that we've already voted to get rid of. And so I'm not doing that. Hopefully you can hear me, but I'm not going to do that.
Yes, I heard that, and that's, you've explained it perfectly. That's exactly what would occur. First of all, I'd like to draw people's attention to single sheet 9, 10, 11, and 12 to the column on the right. In red is four numbers, 205, 537, which is the loss of 6 months long-term substitute savings, 2 positions. That is more than $1,000. Lay 4 assistant principals, $93,400. Inclusive of loss of 6 months long-term substitute system savings of 4 positions. So, and then restore to 1 school counselor, that's 100% savings because it's for the entire year. And then the delay supervisor of alternative education, 23,350, again, for the loss of 6 months long-term subs savings. Even though they're bumping down, we are going to need less long-term subs, and there to be a savings that's incorporated into this budget. So in fact, say we don't have $415,000 in actual savings there is not correct. And should this board prioritize our returns like we should have a long time ago, we could in fact bring back the entirety of the arts program or the entirety of another program, or just leave it as is, as I suggest right now, until the numbers become more stable. So we know what we got, until we know what we could afford to bring back, until we as a board take control of the budget and the future of our city and prioritize what we believe should be brought back first. Because we are the ones that have lived here for 20 or 30 years and better, and know what our community values.
Honorable board members, the only thing I can say here is at some point, board members have to give the superintendent the managerial authority to run the business. In the sense that he knows administrators who are good, administrators who are talented, administrators who have good potential to help run the business. Sometimes it takes money to make money, in the sense that if you force these administrators out, and be left with not the best of them all, if they retire, truly retire, now you're gonna be going out there, start looking for new employees. Good luck with what you find. First, I can.
18, we just laid off.
Thing that I did want to mention about the delay of these positions, studied quite a bit on business administration component, and the biggest thing that we have to restabilize central office. We've gotten rid of so many positions. I truly believe if we do not stabilize central office and basically stabilize it to the fact where Dr. Avery is reorganizing the structure, we will not be able to provide the schools the proper resources. So we can go ahead and vote for all these positions to get eliminated and then not delay the positions, but if someone from a school needs something, who are they gonna reach out to? There's no one gonna be potentially in these seats. So we have to look at these cuts in a holistic manner. We have to look at them, hey, if we make these cuts, where can we bridge that gap to make sure that the schools still have the proper resources. So I just wanted to mention that it's not just a matter of let's cut here and hopefully we'll balance the budget. You have to look at the full picture.
Any further questions? Anybody want the motion? Mr. Chamber?
Yeah, this $418,000 is based. Oh, I'm asking, I'm looking at you because you're buying that as an actual number. And it's based on the fact that they all bumped down into a position that a long-term sub is working right now. And if they don't, then we're still gonna pay for the long-term sub. If they don't,
We take your whole entire salary.
if they don't,
You leave.
if they retire,
If they're retired, you have to replace them. You have to replace those positions they retired from. If you let these assistant administrators go now, and those veteran employees retire 6 months from now, you have to backfill the position. That's what I meant and what I say by good luck with what you find going out there to get a new employee.
So you're saying we have a better chance of hiring somebody,
Retain,
right, hiring somebody right now.
retaining vetted employees. Retaining high performance vetted employees. That is the key word.
Well, we're retaining them for only 6 months.
No,
Not 6 months. They're saying that whole 6 months right here.
Because other veteran employees have expressed the intent of retirement.
and your new employees that are in the role, they end up getting bumped or leaving the district, and now you have to hire a brand new person to replace somebody who retired. And you already have the principal of the year here.
The other thing
Well, I would caution with the naming.
I didn't name anybody. Somebody else named it.
So I was holding in on people because our budget gotta be balanced with fairness, not favoritism.
The other thing too is that by delaying these positions, because you know, these people are retiring, you can train those people in that. So that when this new person takes over completely, the gap, the knowledge gap is non-existent. They can literally just hit the ground running.
Okay, through the chair. So these administrator on assignments are not newer employees. They are 20+ year administrators. And these principals retire, they're gonna go right into those positions and we don't have to worry about a thing. As opposed to less veteran administrators who might go into these positions. By doing this, we are picking the best of the best to go into these positions once they open.
Ms. Baptiste Perez?
I just want to say that the bump, first I have a question actually. How long have these administrators been on special assignment and not actually in a school building?
They are in school buildings. They were moved to administrator on assignments, I believe, the last superintendent, changed them to administrator on assignments, but they are in schools acting as APs right now.
So what you're telling me is that they're going to go from an AP and bump out a principal? I'm just confused.
No, because the way the contract works is administrator on assignments are what they call a category 2 administrator. So a category 2 administrator is just like it's on the same level as a principal of a less than 1,000 student school. So that if they are laid off, they can lay off somebody in their same category, which is a category 2, who has less seniority than them. I don't know if was that clear?
No, but thank you for your explanation. What I will say is that given the nature of the cuts the board has made, we would essentially bump out new principals, decorated principals, but we've already, in certain facilities, we've already bumped out the assistant principal we bumped out the social worker, and we bumped out the counselor. We essentially, this vote for some of the facilities is going to bump out the entire administrative office and support staff for children. And so it would have devastating impacts on some facilities who's already lost the AP, the counselors, the librarians, and you have to be very mindful of it. Is yes, you may have been in a role for a long time, but what's going to be your actual return on investment or potential? But like I said, I still agree with what was said by fellow board members in terms of not rehiring at this time. And I don't support taking the risk of bumping out quality candidates that shown potential, as well as the potential in this district, for someone else. We've already made those cuts.
And before we got to separate this out. This document, first document feeds into the second document. Any different way, it's gonna be numbers adjusted before you focus. Because we voted affirmatively as a board, 6-3, 5-4, whatever the vote fell out. These position cuts, we're doing what's known as a motion to rescind a board vote taken at a prior board meeting. And that takes 2/3. None of the rest of this takes a 2/3 vote. Budget adoption is a majority. Budget cuts are a majority because they've been properly noticed on the meeting. And the motion to rescind on the bottom part of this page has to come from somebody who voted to make those cuts in the first place. So the best way to handle it is take the cuts on the top first, since that's only gonna take a majority, and then go through the restorations on the bottom, which could line by line, it could have an effect. Maybe one gets kept, maybe none get kept, maybe they all get kept, whatever the outcome of the vote is, we have to feed into the master budget document that we approve.
Looking at what we voted on in the past. Was not hardly what we voted on.
No, but
No.
So we voted to eliminate 8 positions. That was about
The bottom.
no, that was on top. We voted the last budget when we voted to eliminate 8 positions. 8 office positions. It's on page 3 of this one. 8 to 9 positions.
Right.
Eliminate a number 15.
Yeah, you are correct. But that being said, these aren't on the table to be rescinded. And basically, operations.
And those positions were even voted on to eliminate. We voted
later.
Number 15 on page 3.
And we voted to eliminate 8 positions. We did not vote to eliminate particular positions. I am voting to eliminate the particular positions as presented by Dr. Avery this evening.
If anybody can make a motion, we can.
So are you, just, so you're arguing, Joe? I'm not reading that, I seem to be. That item 15 only covers the upper part.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it.
And 15. We have something more
He's
specific.
arguing that covers the bottom terms.
No, he is correct. But as we voted on it, we voted to give Dr. Avery the latitude to eliminate 8 to 9 additional central office
And
positions.
item 14, that's the cover those. Something more specific.
This is the most specific.
This was the most specific.
This one.
Because sworn we had something more specific.
But on other,
I think we voted on both things already.
we voted on the position, but not the exact.
For practical purpose, the board voted on $985. Dollar amount is what it is. 8 to 9 positions, how much did I put there in aggregate? Could have been 3 positions, what is it?
What was the 507?
With the program.
That's number 4, item number 14, item number 14. We assigned 5 principal administrators on personal assignment.
Ms. Casimir?
Um, I'm sorry to ask this again. I don't see it on here. Uh, when we eliminated the librarians, what was the total for the librarians that we eliminated?
Immediate library media specialist, $1,710,000. $1,710,000. Item number 25 on page 3.
Is it 25?
Item number 25 on page.
Gotcha.
3.
Okay, no, I found it. Okay. So $1,710,000. And I'm just concerned. I really want to find some way. These kids are the majority of our kids are not reading, and and the math levels are just not good. So I'm just really concerned about eliminating librarians. And I don't have a solution to that right now. I just want to express.
Ms. Casimir, that was already voted on. But, yeah.
I know that it was voted on. I just wanted to mention that with a district that could barely, with a majority of our kids not reading on their level, I just want to express my concern about the librarians. We just cannot do without them. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Ms. Casimir, I share your concern. So does Ms. Esmer. And said the same thing a moment ago. We have librarians here at the meeting. Sort of, if you look behind me.
I knew that they were there the whole entire time.
Yes,
I knew
ma'am,
that.
okay. I couldn't see, I know what, they moved back here just to make sure you could see them.
No, I could see them. I knew that they were there.
As you were speaking, to make sure that you knew. I wanted to make sure you saw. But if I understand what I need to do, I need to make a motion that we revote.
I'm gonna ask that we take a recess so I can talk to the attorneys to see how we're voting on this.
Okay. Make a motion that we take a 10-minute recess.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm done by what, this one, that one?
All right, we're back. We have, Mark, we have Mark and Establion to kind of confirm what we're doing. I did have a talk with him. So I don't, do you want to explain what you're saying? I'll give it to you. Want me to explain it?
Yes, Mr. Anastasi. Part of our agenda is including restoring cuts that we have already affirmatively voted as a board majority to make. Specific cuts to specific positions. Up before us right now is those cuts for restoration, which in effect is rescinding the vote that we took before. And according to Robert's rules, 35.2 7 requires 2/3 vote. Got that right?
Couple of quick things. I don't have the agenda in front of me. Does the agenda specifically talk
No, sir.
about a potential rescinding a prior vote?
No, sir.
No.
Okay, because if the item of rescinding a prior action was on the agenda, you would only need a simple majority vote. If rescinding the prior action was not on the agenda or no prior notice was given to the board to that effect, then you do require a 2/3 vote in order to rescind a prior action.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
On the agenda is approval of the fiscal year 25-26 operating budget.
Which,
but specifically, the specific, go ahead, Mark.
We didn't
Well,
approve that, did we
I
approve
mean,
the
that could have
budget?
been, that could have been intended to include this, but I don't think that's the type of specific notice that's required. I'm looking at
My
the shared
question is,
version.
did we approve the budget before?
We approved the budget gap deficit. We haven't approved the budget yet. We approved the budget gap deficit.
Mark, if I may help, let me clarify. It's more more like the Budget and Appropriation Committee approving line item change. Approving, amending the mayor's proposed budget. Then at the end, they will vote to approve the final total budget appropriation. So what happened here, the board had approved line item amendments or position amendments, or basically positions to be laid off for cuts. Now some of those cuts are being asked, they're being asked to rescind or delay those cuts.
Okay, but was there apart from adopting a budget proposal, was there a separate vote to actually sever those positions?
Now,
At a previous meeting, yes.
Yeah,
Well, then the severing, if there was a vote to sever the positions,
oh yes, there was.
and you're now looking to either reinstate those positions or delay the effective date of severing those positions, I would think you would need to first reconsider the vote to eliminate the positions. And then it's back in front of you and you can do whatever you want. But since there does not appear to be specific notice that you would be rescinding prior votes to lay people off or eliminate their positions, if it's not on the agenda, then I think you need a 2/3 vote. Or you need to put it on a subsequent agenda with notice, and then you only need a majority vote.
okay.
Consider the previous vote.
You can't reconsider unless you voted at the last prior meeting. I don't know, it sounds like this is something that was done a few meetings ago. Therefore, you can't reconsider, but you can rescind.
Yeah, rescind.
Okay, I move to rescind the vote of June 4th. That's what it is. What it says in the bottom. Oh, no, June.
No, it was done prior to that.
April 28th. Okay, hold on a second. I move to rescind the proposed the proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget. We need to put a date on
Are you,
We didn't vote on that.
Mark, okay, Mark,
You put in the affirmative, you can.
Right, well, no, I'm not gonna make a motion because I disagree with it, but I'll help you frame the motion.
I can make it.
Okay, go ahead.
So, I moved to rescind the vote that was taken for, on April 28th. For the elimination of the administrators on special assignment,
Mhm.
4 assistant principals,
Mhm.
1 school counselor,
Mhm.
and the alternative education supervisor.
Point of information, if I may, Chair. This vote right here is just to get it on the agenda, correct? To debate the
Well,
reconsideration.
I think that's a good question. That raises an interesting question because for FOI purposes, I think you probably need to take two-thirds votes. One would be to put that item on the agenda for FOI. And then the second vote would be a two-thirds vote to reconsider. And if that passes, I sort of missed that piece, and thank you for reminding everyone.
I mean,
But
I missed it as well.
I think there should first be a vote to put the item on the agenda for consideration.
I
did.
Okay, I'll take back my motion. My new motion, you want me to make it or you want? My new motion is
Wait a minute, I
to
gotta
ask,
stop. I have to stop you.
go
I
ahead,
hate to raise another issue.
go ahead.
Is this a regular meeting or a special meeting?
It's a special meeting. We can't add to the agenda.
You cannot add to the agenda at a special meeting. So the only other question would be, the only other approach would be if the item of the entire budget is sufficient. I don't have the agenda item in front of me. What is the agenda item that you have that you're operating under right now?
Of the fiscal year 25-26 operating budget.
I missed the very beginning. So
Approval of the
Approval.
fiscal year 25-26 operating budget.
Okay. That's a very general proposition, and I think these layoffs are part of that budget. So I think within the context, I think you can skip the FOI vote, but you still would need a two-thirds vote. Somebody would need to have a discussion, and I think you probably already have, and say, look, as part of this adoption of the budget, before we vote on the budget, I want to rescind this prior action, and then I want to amend the budget to reflect that. So I think it's within the parameters of the budget process because it's clearly a budget issue. But you need a two-thirds vote because there's no notice. You need a two-thirds vote to rescind.
And then amend.
And then amend and then approve as amended, if that's the way the vote goes.
All right, so back to my motion. I move to rescind the vote on 4/28 for the positions of 2 administrators on special assignment, 4 assistant principals, 1 school counselor, and 1 supervisor of alternative education.
Now, I'm probably stating the obvious, but that motion needs to be seconded and then it's debatable.
Okay.
And it's also amendable if somebody wants to amend it to add a different position or delete one. But
Can you please repeat those positions just one more time, please?
Yes. The 2 administrators on special assignment, 4 assistant principals, 1 counselor position, and 1 supervisor of alternative education. I don't have anything to debate on this right now.
well, has it been seconded?
It's been seconded, yes.
Yeah, I've got a motion to amend, motion to replace 4 allocated positions with the restoration of the art program in its entirety. So all our students could enjoy the arts for the entire year.
It's 8 positions.
I'm sorry, thank you. The 8 positions.
Is there a second to that?
I'm sorry, just so I understand, can you repeat that again about the 8 positions?
He wants to amend it to eliminate to replace those positions that Dr. A recommended with the art department positions.
Thank you.
Is there a second to his amendment?
Just to be clear, that's in lieu of, not in addition to Dr.
Yes.
Avery's positions. Okay.
Yes. See no second, the original motion is still on the table to rescind. Is there any further debate?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to separate the 8 positions out. And consider it by line.
Each of which would need a 2/3 vote. Correct.
Let me just see, bifurcating the vote, hold on.
I may give you an added point to consider. All of these were voted on separately in the affirmative.
Originally,
Correct.
They were voted, the motion was made, lines 3 to 36. They weren't voted on separately. Original motion was lines 3 to 26.
These are way.
That's not accurate.
Maybe not, because it was, which.
The original motion back when we voted on 428 was to,
What class? I'm sorry, let me, get a clarifying answer.
Go ahead.
From, Mr. McCall, what phase were the budget cuts?
Honestly, I don't.
just to piggyback on that a bit, since what you're doing right now is rescinding the prior vote, you would need to know what the prior vote was. If it was 1 vote, then you rescind it with 1 vote. If it was 6 votes, you take 6 separate votes.
it was 1 vote.
Okay, well, I'll take your word for it. I don't have that, but I assume you're accurate. So then I would say it's 1 up or down vote to rescind.
And what page is this on Mr. Nicole's budget that I have in front of me for tonight? Just so I'm following along, or is it on here?
It's on the page that, it says list of fiscal year 25-26 89 central office staff to be eliminated for gap deficit closing measures.
Can you give me the page number at the bottom of the page? What page number are you talking
It's
about?
page 1, but there's a few page 1s.
Okay.
You know what? I'll text it to you.
It's one of the attachments that I sent this evening, but it's in your portal. And I sent it this evening. You're gonna see it.
I got it.
You got a 2-page,
You got a 2-page attachment. The next one, the list that we're talking about, the board.
I'm
I
fine.
just sent the email. I sent the email also. You can look at my last email.
Oh, the
Email.
email that you sent. Okay, okay.
Email that I sent, so. Second page.
He's just checking out. If you can.
It's the very first attachment in my email. There are 2 attachments, the very first attachment that has 2 pages.
I sent it to you.
I got it. I'm printing it out right now so I could have it hard copy. Thanks.
It is new, but it's been here for a few weeks. New member. Please.
Market, were you able to find if we could pull line by line?
Answer.
Did he answer it? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, Mark.
Waiting on second.
You're waiting for me.
Yeah,
Cause we just established it. We voted as a whole. So we can't separate it.
okay, if you voted as a whole, then you'd rescind as a whole.
All right, so any further debate?
Yes.
We got, go ahead, Mr. Capaldi.
Just again, I would like to reiterate our budget, not clear. We have too much money in flux that we don't know if we're gonna get. Bring back these $418,254 in cuts. That is less money we have and more cuts we need to make should we not get a balanced budget. Should the state not come through, but there, whatever the heck hoops we gotta jump through to get that extra 5 million. And again, money can only be spent one time, and we're replacing the value on these these 8 positions higher than everywhere else. And we as a board never weighed in and never established a hierarchy of our values or things to return. And I would like to strongly suggest that the finance committee meet and place on the agenda restoration of cuts, because this is our budget. We own this. We go out into the community and we tell people. So if in fact, when the commissioner says, I'm going to allocate these cuts, she has something in front of us that the Bridgeport community has spoken to. And then we could have some leeway. But if we just sit here passively until September, and then the commissioner says, hey, spend it on buses, but we're not giving you the money next year. And then the buses are gone and we're in the same exact position we are next year, and we don't get to save the things that we think we're saving. So I'm totally opposed to rescinding any cuts because our budget is not clear. We are not in balance. We got close to $10 million in numbers that are guesstimates. And I think it would be irresponsible at this point to move on. And I think I'm beating a dead horse at this point, so I will stop.
I just want to add, I want to agree with Ms. Esther Mary Jimenez, who said earlier that this is, we've eliminated so much from admin already, that this is just the bare minimum that we can do to keep us afloat in terms of administrators next year. And just as a debate to what you just said, you said we shouldn't be doing this, but yet you were gonna replace it with the arts department that we would have to eliminate anyway. So this is all, you're saying we don't have the money, but then go ahead and make a vote to put something else in its place.
I agree. I agree, it's hypocritical, but it's also called mitigating the damage. I think it'd be more hurtful to bring back these positions rather than those, and it's entirely clear that this board is ready to vote to bring back these positions. So I was trying to limit the damage to our district, because I think bringing back the arts is much more impactful to our students, because the arts are already suffering in this district, rather than bring back people for 6 months only to lose them.
And my final thing before I pass to Mr. Traver is that we would bring these back to defer the layoff, like to defer the elimination.
For 6 months.
We're deferring it, we're not gonna have to restore it later on because we're gonna just defer it at this point. Mr. Traver?
Yeah, we're isolating this discussion. That's the problem I have. And it can't be isolated. Dr. Avery sat down and figured out how to change $1 million, $980,000 in savings to $1.43 million in savings. So he increased the savings from downtown department by a significant amount in reshuffling things here. And to his credit, should not be ignored. That's a significant savings. And reshuffling, reorganizing his department, if you will, resulted in another $500,000 almost in savings. And in doing that, he asked that we allow this latitude for reasons that he's described. And I think we ought to honor that. I think that it allows us to not disrupt other things in the district. Resulted in another in the district. But I don't disagree with you about the arts at all. I had the discussion with Dr. Avery this afternoon. When I was in high school, Save Our Sports was the most, I mean, it happened all over the country. I went to the Los Angeles Unified School District, one of the largest in the country, and we were going to eliminate high school sports. That's what we got rid of. Because we were so broke in the late 70s, 1971, I graduated. That's what we were doing, eliminating high school sports. And I said to Dr. Avery, why aren't we eliminating some sports and saving arts? Because performing arts are important. I don't understand that. And I do want to have that at some point discussion about what's the difference between arts and sports. And I told him it was triggered by something I saw over the last week about the importance of performing arts. I completely agree with you, Mr. Swami. There's been no discussion about cutting back on sports. Sports is like de facto okay, but performing arts we get rid of. And I saw something and I thought, what's wrong with this picture? So I agree with that, but this is not that. This is simply an administrative shuffle where he very creatively came up with a way to increase the savings in his department and use that to reshuffle things temporarily and come back with still more savings than he had initially proposed. So I admire that and I support that. And so that's the reason for my position.
As the, just a real quick. Yeah, I agree with Mr. Traver. Just one point is, I agree on the reshuffling and the staff, but the reason these are happening in a vacuum is because these votes on the bottom were affirmatively made. The votes on the top don't require 2/3 to rescind because we never voted on specific positions. We voted on 8 or 9 positions and now we're voting to get rid of those positions. So those would take a simple majority. Correct, Ms. Anastasia?
I'm not sure I understand the question, to be honest with you.
Never mind, we all got clarity.
I agree, Mr. Anastasia. I'm not arguing otherwise.
We're all.
I just want to, one thing I do want to be clear on though. Once assuming that this motion passes and you have rescinded the prior action, since we are taking the position that this is part of a broad discussion of the budget, any one of you can make a motion, a new motion to lay off a position or 6 positions and a specific date attributed to that position. I'm not sure I fully understand how long these 6 are coming back for. Is it, for instance, the whole fiscal year, or is it until a certain date? But
6 months.
okay, well, once they're back in, I think somebody needs to make a motion at a minimum that these positions are funded or a part of the budget for 6 months only, because every other position in the budget, I'm assuming, is funded for the full fiscal year. So you want to be clear on that point, number one. And then any member, Mr. Sokolovich or anybody else, can now make a motion requiring a simple majority to pass it to get rid of any of these individual 6 positions or any other position in the budget. Just so, I'm not trying to encourage you to do that, but I'm just saying rescinding is simply undoing what you did before. And it doesn't sound like, because you're rescinding it and you're bringing these positions back, at a minimum, you want to be clear how long they're coming back for. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further debate.
So
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to amend the motion on the floor to for a period of, to include a period of 6 months in
I may have caused confusion. I may have caused confusion. You first have to take the vote to rescind, then you can make a motion to limit those positions to be funded for only half the fiscal year. But you gotta undo what you did already.
All right, so let's, if see no further debate on this, let's take the vote.
Roll call.
It's gonna be a roll call vote.
Roll call.
Andrew Wilson. Traver,
Yes.
Justin Zuckerman,
No.
Jennifer Paris,
Yes.
Professor Mary Menace,
Yes.
Patricia Casimir,
Pass.
Christine Baptiste Paris,
Just for clarification, this is to rescind to, get those 4 administrators?
It's 2 administrator of special assignments, 4 assistant principals, 1 school counselor, and 1 supervisor of alternative education.
Okay, great. No.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is to rescind them being laid off. That was originally passed.
Wait, sorry, say that again, Mr. Traver. My
This
phone
is
was
to
breaking up.
rescind them being laid off as we originally voted in April. So that they won't be bumping.
Oh my gosh, 1 second. So this vote is, we voted in the past to lay them off, correct? I
Yes.
just need to understand. And we're voting to rescind that, to undo that. That's the vote, that's the main motion right now?
Yes.
And if we do that, that triggers bumping.
No, we do that, and there's gonna be another motion to defer their layoffs. Or defer the, yeah.
Can you say that again?
The next motion would be a motion to defer their, like, terminations or layoffs.
Okay.
So it'd be,
Again,
For
point of
6 months,
information.
for 6 months, my
for 6
understanding.
months.
Point of information.
Oh, wait,
the
when
next-
too many people are talking, it's already hard enough to hear remotely.
All right, I'll give you, Mr. Traver has a point.
The next vote would be on the budget, which would include deferring their terminations, the elimination of their positions for 6 months, and which time they would retire, and there would be no bumping.
Yeah, that's perfect timing. Okay, so I'm going to vote in favor, and I thank you all for your clarification and your patience.
Yes.
going back to Ms. Andrew Wilson.
Yes.
Back to Patricia Casimir,
Yes.
and myself, I vote yes. 7.
That one, we rescinded it. Mr. Sakala.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the superintendent's additional cuts 1 through 8.
Is there a second?
I have some point of clarification.
Okay, point of clarification.
I'm gonna separate this out.
No, this, does anyone wants to?
We're gonna vote.
The whole budget.
And then it gets into the budget. Then it gets into the budget.
You could vote on the budget, the whole, or you could vote his way, we'll be separating it.
Why are we separating out?
That's his-
Clarification.
That's his motion.
I mean, this one doesn't even take 2/3, it can be a simple majority, and then it gets incorporated by the vote that supports the superintendent's decision to eliminate these positions, and we own it as part of our budget process.
And then let's take another vote.
We vote on the whole budget.
Yeah.
Including this, which would specifically include them as 6 months.
No, that's the second part. These are, there are no 6 months, there's no time delay on this.
So you could do the vote on the budget
We vote on the entire budget, including
as recommended by Dr. Avery.
6 months.
Mr. Nicole.
Madam Chair, just for clarification, it's the bottom part. 9 through 10, with the exception, 9 through 12, with the exception of line number 11. That's not 6 months.
That's a full year.
That's a full year.
The school counselor.
The school council. Let's be clear.
All right.
Thank you.
So if there's a second for Mr. Sakala's motion, we'll take the vote. If not, somebody else can.
No, you don't want to debate them.
Oh, no, I wanna have a question.
Okay. Go ahead.
Why is that a year?
My understanding is we have to bring back the council. I think it's in BMA.
For JDC.
JDC.
Juvenile Justice Center.
The law requires it.
That's required.
Which one is
Law requires it.
The number 11. is
Number 11.
School council
so
position.
number 11 is a year.
Yeah, the law requires it, but we have to have a full-time council.
Sorry, it says that. I
Yes.
apologize.
And just if I might, just because I'm catching most of this, other than that one position, the document that the superintendent, the document the superintendent has submitted reflects that the other, I guess, 5 positions or however many there are only funded for 6 months. Is that
It
correct?
does. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So. You have a question? The motion that Mr. Sakala made.
Satisfy you, Mr. Sakala, if we vote on this document as it's
Well,
laid out?
right, I would like to affirmatively at least get on the record that I support Dr. Avery's cuts. Not that they're the best in the world, but the situation we got, he did a good job coming up with these cuts, and I think we as a board should get behind him affirmatively tell him and the community that we support these cuts, and no matter how disgusting they are, these are the best we could do under the circumstances, and I believe after basically knocking his suggestions down 5 minutes ago, for myself at least, I need to affirmatively say, I support this 100%, because we need to live within the budget that the governor and the mayor have forced upon us. And these cuts, because this is the board's budget, I cannot reiterate enough how much this is the board's budget. And us taking an affirmative vote on these 8 items actually show that we own the budget, that we own that rather than making.
Your second.
I got the question.
All right, so you seconded Mr. Sakala's motion, which would separate this, so we have to take another vote too, guys. So, any debate on that?
Voting on this page.
Just, no, not the page, just
1 through 8.
through 8, no, just 1 through 8.
Oh,
To eliminate those positions, that we have to vote.
okay, number.
Yeah, now we have to vote on the operating budget. So, any further debate? So the first, this is just to eliminate 1 through 8, guys. Not the,
Eliminate or go
Support.
to support what was your motion? Your motion again at this.
Motion to
Sorry.
eliminate items 1 through 8 as presented by the superintendent.
No, let's support. You said eliminate.
That,
Well,
that's
we
what it
are
is.
eliminating positions. We are eliminating positions.
To approve the
The
recommendation.
motion to approve the recommended eliminations of superintendent line items 1 through 8 as presented.
Yes.
John, you okay with that?
And you seconded that.
We got a second.
Okay. Andre seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Hold on, just so I understand what we're voting on. It's number 1 through 8, meaning 1, the assistant superintendent through
Yes.
the clerical positions?
Yes.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Andrew Woodson. Robert Traver,
Yes.
Joseph Suckling,
Yes.
Jennifer Perez,
Yes.
Teresa Sumera Jimenez,
Yes.
Patricia Casimir,
Yes.
and Christine Baptiste Perez.
This is for the first roles, including the assistant superintendent, right?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Marcel Pablo, yes.
Now passes. And there's other items.
Move to approve the, superintendent's recommendations 9 through 12.
No, we.
No, we did.
We did? No, we were, the motion to rescind.
We said it, we still vote on it. We could have just
Move to
voted.
approve the superintendent's recommendation of items 9 through 12 as written.
I'll second it. Are we? Any further debate on it? All in favor?
Wait, can you clarify what was the motion?
Move to approve the superintendent's recommendation, items 9 through 12 on that page.
The 6 months delay, the 6 months delay.
Items 9, 10, and 12, 6-month delay. Item 11 is full year.
Full year.
And I'm sorry, and your motion is to what? Sorry.
To approve it.
Okay. I have a question.
Go ahead.
For those roles, does that impact bumping?
No, because they are going to stay up to 6 months. Those people will stay in the positions they're in, until they retire, which would mean the people they would bump, won't be bumped.
It prevents bumping.
Thank you.
Yeah,
All right. All in favor?
Roll call vote?
Andrew Woodson. Robert Traver,
yes.
Joseph Suckling,
No quick explanation. I don't think our budget was clear enough and we may have to come back and cut another 418,200.
Jennifer Perez,
Yes.
Ms. Marisa Sumera Jimenez,
Yes.
Patricia Casimir,
I abstain.
Christine Baptiste Perez,
Yes.
myself, yes.
Yeah, I move to approve the operating budget as presented tonight and as amended, by the previous two motions.
Madam Chair, you have to call in the amount you're approving.
Yeah.
$304,169,133.
That's right.
A second.
Motion to amend to specifically add that these are only 6 months delays. So is it, Mr. Anastasia, is that sufficient?
It says, and he didn't say that. It's on the doc, it's on Don President. And he said that as long as.
What he said, he was.
I said as amended by the previous two, motions.
Mr. Anastasia, is that acceptable?
Unless there were other amendments, that would be sufficient.
Okay, all right.
Motion and approve it. Roll call. I'll do it before I move. Go ahead.
Dr. Woodson, Traver,
Yes.
Suckling,
Yes, with reservations.
Jennifer Perez,
Yes.
Marisa Sumera Jimenez,
Yes.
Patricia Casimir,
Abstain.
Christine Baptiste Perez,
I'm staying.
Six yes, two abstain, that passes. Um, thank you. Mr. Cole. Now we have, just board business, and the next item is board, presenting the evaluation. You have to. Oh, evaluation process of the time. I'll repeat, I'm sorry. Discussion of possible action on the evaluation process for the interim superintendent. I do apologize. This was supposed to be in a portal. I forgot to, it was my fault. So if there's an email for you right now and it's in the portal and I have the copies. I talked with, after the last, board meeting and the recommendation, to, or referral, begin this process. So, I talked with Nick from K to see, if there is a process since Dr. Reeves only been with us for, Mark, we're all set. I don't know if you want to join us for the rest of it. For the budget.
If you need me, if you need me, Danielle will send me a call and I'll come back. Otherwise, good luck.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I talked with Nick and, he is recommending that we follow this process where it's, a mid-year, about like similar to a mid-year review. Since Dr. Ivy hasn't had a full year, we just established some goals. And so in this process, it'd be a little bit different than last year, where last year we ranked on a scale. This would be more of a, these recommendations, we come together and like have a conversation about the questions that we pose here and kind of have a, talk it out with the superintendent on if we, just what our thoughts are based on these questions. And then we can come up together as a board with his evaluation based on our thoughts. More of like, it would be like more of like a workshop type of situation where we kind of just, kind of work together and put ideas together. I'm butchering this at the end of the night, so I hope it makes sense.
Workers used to make them sit in the middle.
I know, right?
We'll make you sit there.
Don't sit in the middle. They sit around.
But this looks like mutually agreed upon between the superintendent and us, so, this is just one part of it. There's other, we could use the scale we used last year, but I also don't think that would be fair since we haven't really established those goals yet. But that's my opinion. You guys can go ahead, Mr. Holiday.
Yeah, no real issue with the mid-year evaluation type format, but, I'm just wondering where the state weighs in on our obligation to evaluate the superintendent every year. I mean, because it's not a whole year yet for it. Run up there, whether it's the calendar year. I know the contract has certain language for mid-year evaluation and end of the year evaluation as well. We're already behind on the mid-year evaluation, so I have no issue doing the mid-year evaluation, but I think it might behoove us to keep in mind, because there may be areas that he's excelling in, improve, or needs improvement, and I think we need to discuss all of those, but keeping in mind that he's only in the seat for X amount of time and to be evaluated accordingly. But we definitely need to get behind closed doors and have these conversations in somewhat in the executive session. And of course, the final document is going to be public knowledge. So we got to be mindful when we're doing this, that he is a new superintendent in his district and he is picking up from a very bad spot. So that's got to be our grading focus. So not to conflate the past with the present and the future and what have you, and still give him opportunities for growth where he may or may not be growth in our humble opinion.
Well, I was also considering, I know Dr. Ivy did have a end of the year type sum up, like you were preparing something for us, so, you can obviously present that if I'll give you more work to do, but I think already said. Sorry, I know you already said that, so, and then we can, like you said, get behind closed doors and talk it out with Dr. Avery on, and this would be with Dr. Avery. This type of, yeah.
suggesting, if I heard you correctly, like, you butchered it, and
I know.
I similarly inquired and it misunderstood. Locked on this notion of torturing the boss, that,
I didn't.
the, but having a chat, I don't think we're behind on it, because we really got started in December, and it's about halfway through the year, so it is a good time to sit down and talk about how we did, and it's nice that it's sort of at the end of the school year, to talk about how we're doing. That's what you're suggesting is an informal chat or semi-formal chat is with informal, it's not quite the right word, but are we doing this form before or after the chat?
We would do it together in the room, like,
In the room.
yeah, together, and then, I would compile everything that, we talked about. I would put it together in an evaluation, send it to you guys, bring it back to you guys to make sure I didn't make stuff up. And then we would send it to the superintendent. So that was like Nick's recommendation.
Yeah.
He also said that he worked for the district on it, like if we want him to be involved in that as a facilitator, we can use him again. I don't think it hurts, but, that's gonna be.
I would not mind that either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind per se. I just have concerns if we treat this as a mid-year evaluation, then his end of the year will be December, and then we have to give him an end of the year evaluation mid-year. But to be compliant with state statutes that require a yearly evaluation of the superintendent.
I mean, it could be
Have you-
this,
Explain that.
State statute says the board shall evaluate the superintendent every year. Shall, it's not a may or now, being as we're in the middle of the year, I like this recommendation, but I believe we should be more formal.
Can I clarify?
Just so we could,
Nick's recommendation was that we use the mid-year as Avery's evaluation. Not that we do
as his
another,
formal,
yeah, not
as his formal yearly evaluation, we're using the.
because he's
format
only
of
been
the-
here,
Got it.
because he's only been here mid-year, so like use this
Yeah,
instead
I
of.
have no objections.
And then we start the process over, and then the second document or the other document that you have there. If you've seen this last year, is like you have a timeline where, next month we would begin the process of establishing the goals and the evaluation process, and we can work on the timeline and flush that out. But this right here would be using the mid-year as his end of the year.
Thank you for
evaluation.
clarification.
So I apologize.
No, like that even better.
If that's mutually agreed on, so if Dr. Reed's like, no, I want two evaluations.
Let me kind of clarify something. My current interim school superintendent contract has nothing in it about evaluation. It does. So I think I can agree with that. I think it's a good process to be able to go through, as we look through moving forward. I think it'll work out fine. So we just need to find a date.
Yeah, as far as dates go for this, it's a race, like, it feels like it's August already, guys. No, I'm thinking, if we can come together, obviously sometime this summer, because the school year's over, so, July or early August. Is early August too far?
Too far, because
If you want July,
say sometime in July.
all right, we could do like mid-July. I think that's reasonable. June is over. It's not over. June's halfway through, so it feels over, guys. Okay, no, you're right. So July, but I know there is a board member away this week. And then Dr. Avery does have, Dr. Avery will be away, in the last week of June. So I think maybe early July would be maybe the second week of July. Do you guys feel like second week of July, maybe a Monday night?
There's a week in July I'm away.
Yeah.
The week of July 20th.
Okay.
Give us 20 dates, Jen,
That's what I'll do. I'll send out.
and then 2 or 3 dates and see if they work.
Okay. Do we like Monday nights? I know we were doing that for the trainings. I seen on heads on.
Monday, Wednesdays are your nights, right?
I like Monday nights. So, the other, so, okay, so, I guess we could take, we need to take action on this? We actually need to take action. It's ready to take action, but I don't really think we need to, because we're gonna.
We got to agree a format.
Yeah.
I move to approve the format as you presented it.
I'll second.
Okay. So some Monday in July, we will have a superintendent evaluation, guys. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? We have two more guys, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, it was a big night. I'll go quick. The next item, discussion approval of a calendar to update board bylaws, specifically board member decorum during meetings, along with the method of how to respond to members who violate the standards. Also, the subcommittee structure. This is a calendar. This does not mean we're going to establish this by the start of the school year. This is something that this is over the course of the next few months. We can establish our bylaws a little clearer. You know, I believe Jody in one of the meetings said that some boards take years to really go through everything. I know we don't really have years at this point, but we definitely don't need to do this like next week. We have to have this, but I think this is something we have to talk about. Because it's been such an issue. And so I think I just wanted to bring it out to you that, you know, I would say by the beginning of the school year, we'll have this established in a calendar. And so, thoughts on that?
Madam Chair, is this gonna be worked on as a committee as a whole, or is it gonna be pushed through policy because the policy chair is
And
president at the moment?
that's kind of the discussion about it. Would you guys like this as a committee? Like, I'm open for this. Like, if we want to push this through policy, they have a lot of policy to review still.
Yeah, I think.
Or this is a, and this could be an ad hoc at the committee.
Yeah, and the lion's share of work can be done in the committee. Everybody's welcome to the committee meeting and to be honest, the mechanisms are already there. We just have not been utilizing them. So I don't think there's gonna be a major tweak. But there's nothing we can do other than throw somebody out of office, which would be illegal. And sure, we got anything more we could do with the ourselves, or whatever happened, it's just not enforcing the policies we got. Maybe when we do discuss it, we can have some affirmative thing that the board public signs or whatever have you. It could be discussable. So I don't think it's as heavy as a lift.
And the subcommittee structure is an important part too, because that's something that has been kind of messy. So I know Jody's working on that with us as well. So, Mr. Traver?
Yeah, I was going to get there. That's been an issue for the last 2 years. As I understand it, but you know, before I got on, there was a minor tweak. The minor tweak was then turned into a major wedge. You changed it differently, so we need clarification about the committee structure that needs to be cleaned up, the language, because the language is clear. So that's absolutely something we want to clean up.
So with that, I would propose that to be like an ad hoc committee. And so anybody who wants to join that, you're welcome to join that. Just email me and we can, I'll, yeah.
I move the table design. Which you want, this is an actionable item, do you want? Approve.
Table it for an ad hoc meeting.
Table and
We can table it.
we would need.
No, we can table it and.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I say we're better off just cutting out the middle of it, make it a committee of the whole. And whoever wants to show up, shows up. I'm sure we'll get 5 people who is good enough to have a forum on these issues. Like we just handle them.
Okay.
Because because we're going through a committee or a half committee, it's gotta come before the full board anyway, and then we gotta debate everything all over again. But committee of a whole, everybody will have a chance to debate and vote, just skip a step.
Ms. Gassner?
Yeah, so this is probably not technically a question, but as I'm speaking with other school districts who are in the top 5 of the state. I'm just wondering how a superintendent like Dr. Avery feels about 9 people who don't have his same degree evaluating his work. And I'm not insulting anybody at all. No, I'm not insulting anybody's intelligence on this board. But one thing that I do think about is how, do people like him that are in districts like this where there's no standard as to the education of the board members that are sitting on the board. It just makes me think about, how he feels about that. That's all. And he doesn't have to answer it at all. That was just a statement. Actually, it wasn't a question.
Ms. Catherine, we're on the next item, so,
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
so do you want to table it?
Yeah, it's 21 to table.
Okay. Number 9 is to move the table. Was there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? All right, the last item for real this time. Well, then we have to adjourn. This is an update on the Board of Education Committee forums. Per the goals that we set, and the recommendation from the state, they are requesting that we have 4 forums by August 1st. And these forums are for board-led forums on the vision of the district, on establishing a vision for the district, sorry. And so we want to obviously have community input, see what, what the community wants, because that's important for our vision. And so we are going to have 4 forums in the month of July. This will go along with a survey that will be sent out by August 1st. And that'll be out throughout the summer, actually, to the community. For this, I do like the approach that, and this is just a suggestion, and that Chris Horan had shared with us at the last board training about, really having an interactive forum with hearing from the community themselves and having different tables and whatnot, and using a facilitator. So I am in contact with someone to facilitate this, who will do it for free. And we're looking at also holding it. We have to hold them into parts of the district. So the north end, east end, west end, south end. So my idea would be to use 2 days where we do the libraries, 2 of the libraries, north end and downtown. That'll cover north and south. And then east and west we can use one of the schools. I would say the libraries, but they're kind of small. We do get a big turnout. So
I talked to Miss Sanders. Talking just them, but I haven't summer program is setting up.
Okay.
So we have to get a date or you gotta.
I'll contact her.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'll contact her. So yeah, so east end. So I don't have locations yet, but I'm just throwing them out there, guys. The west end we can use one of the schools or
They got
the libraries.
summer camp programs. Yeah, a lot of kids.
Yeah, and that would be a good way to get parents involved.
So if there's 4 and we're doing north, south, east, west, you're forgetting all of the hollow.
But I'm doing downtown. Downtown would be the library downtown,
Okay.
and that would kind of cover the hollow.
Yeah.
And the south end, I was thinking. But that's the recommendation is the 4, in July. Before August 1st, I should say, not just July, but, so. Possible dates, I was thinking, Wednesday, Thursdays, and if you guys want to knock them out 2 in a week. That way we're not every week having a meeting.
What time of day?
Evenings, so this will be in the evenings to get the parents involved and who come at the work.
What time?
Probably 6 o'clock, so that we can all be there too.
Can I also suggest that people send in concerns, because there are people that work like 2nd and 3rd shifts as well?
Yeah,
That
I
might-
mean, yeah, and we're gonna have this audit exchange survey for that too.
Okay.
So this week specifically for the vision of the district. What do they want to see in the district, and so the facilitator would lead that. you know, I would have a conversation with her about it and we'd be there to listen. That's the point of the forum, is just to hear from the public. You know.
So they have a vision about the state of us. Resources.
My vision is from what, but that, again, if there, the best way to do this is, I think, if there are weeks that you know you're not gonna be in traveling or whatever, send that to me, that way I can arrange some times. That way we can, as many of us can be there. And if you guys, I'll send out possible times. If 2 in a week is too much, we can spread them out throughout the month. You know, if we don't really have committees in the month, so unless something pops up that's very important. And so that's just a recommendation. I'm trying to make sure I said everything I needed to say about that. My other ask of the board members is that, like, we really do our best to recruit people for this. We know the turnout for forums are not the best, really. We haven't had a lot of attendance. I know Dr. Avery has in some of his forums, but especially the ones that we had recently about the facility that were kind of low turnout. So really inviting as many people as we can. I like the idea of using the center and reaching out. Yeah, we could reach out to our community partners to see if they will bring out the turnout for us. Because it's gonna be hard to get turnout in July, I think. We're gonna try. We have to do it, so.
I would recommend if the board would, make a pact of that every board member would bring at least 5 people to the forum with you, then that will get you a good amount of people. And then we're gonna help you guys promote it and do all that as well. But if you can commit to get 5 people, I think you guys can have 5 constituents to be able to come to the meeting, and that will help you drive the vision that you really want. So it's a good way. I've seen it done that way before, and it was worked out really, really well. So
we've passed. We just need contacts of the path.
Why are you in the libraries?
The libraries are, you don't have to look at schools, papers, staff.
cleaning school,
Yeah,
there's little programs going on. I mean, there's a lot.
That's why I'm asking though, is that where you have summer schools, you have Lighthouse. Where you have Lighthouse, you have parents picking up their kids. Where you have parents picking up their kids, you have human beings coming to that building. And so you have a greater likelihood that somebody might be educated, then somebody might decide to stick around for a pizza or for something and want to hear and participate in the meeting. And so you might increase your turnout.
That's a good point. That's a good
And
point.
the reason I'm raising, I mean, and so at the Ralph Waldo Taylor Center, you have Dunbar, which has a beautiful auditorium. Awesome. You know,
Well, I don't want to use the auditorium. I want to use like the cafeteria type setting.
okay, we have like nice cafeteria too. So I'm just saying that you do have the possibility, Dunbar's worst, Dunbar, Ralph Waldo Taylor and the library have just a parking problem. That's the worst case about over there is parking. And so, you know, where we can do it, that we can, you know, where I don't know where, we have summer school this summer, but that's where you have human interaction, people picking up their kids.
Yeah.
Might think,
I'll work with Dr. Avery's office.
Yeah, I'll give you a list of those schools, and we can I can help kind of navigate around that.
because then we can try and
I didn't think about it that way.
look at the audience.
It's kind of think about
Schedule it for 5 o'clock or 5:30 when they're picking up their kids. Then we might get, 10 or 12 people at the meetings.
Like the elite level, like the questionnaire or something.
Oh, and that's a good idea at the lighthouse programs and stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
Have
Trying that.
fill-
And
Even not that day, because it definitely
fill out, right, you do that.
Get the kids in coke. That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, hand it over to the week and say, wow, come by, get our pizza and come tell us what you think. You know, because listen, I'm telling you.
I know it's hard because they have to eat. That makes sense.
The problem with the meetings we tried to do last week was half days, people had gone home, they weren't coming back 5 hours later to a meeting. That's just, that it was, well intentioned, bad organizing. And the question is, how do we get people out to meetings? Your idea to bring 5 people, that's always a good idea. But the more you can sort of schedule it when people are gonna be at the site one end that are offering.
And I can get the time of the things that are completing at the end of the day.
We do the sort of full lunch form, you know, I look. To me, being there when your parents are picking up their kids and saying, hey, come on in.
Yeah. All right, folks, so, I will follow up with email for everybody on those 3 items. So at this point, motion to adjourn. All right, second,
Second.
all in favor?
Alright.
We're adjourning at 10:37.
Happy Juneteenth,
Thanks, guys,
everybody.
for-
Happy Juneteenth.
Happy Juneteenth first, man.